So, Coach, let's talk about their run game. What do you expect?
They'll get in just kind of the pistol or the under center possibly and bring it downhill right at you. Zone schemes, a little bit of gap schemes, but that's kind of where they live. They got some bigger running backs. The first two guys are 220. Another guy's 215, so just big, thick kids, all kind of a clone of each other's that get downhill and run behind our shoulder pads. So we got to do a great job tackling and a great job in our gap and gap control football.
Coach, we've seen so many up-tempo teams. So many teams in the American Athletic Conference are up-tempo teams. Does Temple go at a little bit of a slower pace?
Yeah, so they're going to, each play you're going to see them in the huddle mostly. They'll call it in, they'll get in the huddle and break it out. I think there's average about 12, 15 seconds on the play clock before they snap the football. So that's just their method to win games right now. It's just kind of, hey, slow it down a little bit, let our defense play well, offensively run the ball, control it, those type of things. So short of possessions. And, it's a little bit different because you don't see it every week, so we got to do a good job handling it. It may force you to get a call in and just be able to adjust a lot of different formations they'll give you because they'll show you one formation pre-snap, and then the final formation they'll shift in motion and give you something else. So our guys got to do a good job with their eyes and be very eye-disciplined.
We've talked so much this year about Jaquan McMillan, and rightly so. He's having a first-team all-conference type season, Coach. But it was good to see Malik Fleming get an award this week. He was named the Defensive Player of the Week in the American Athletic Conference. He is your other corner. Had the big pick six, and Malik is also having a great year, isn't he?
He is. He's done a really outstanding job for our football team and our defense, and just an outstanding young man on and off the field. They ran that same route in the first quarter. They come back to it in the second half, and he makes them pay the price. And just really, a student of the game. So you get him on something one time, you're not going to get him on it twice. And has done a really nice job playing the deep balls and the post balls down the middle of the field as well this year. So excited about him. Hopefully he can continue that this week against Temple.
Coach, we've talked about your depth up front with the defensive line. You're rotating so many guys up front. But how about in the secondary? You're playing a number of people back there too.
Yeah, everywhere on our defense right now, we've built some depth. We play in 20, 25 guys a game, and that's really helped us down the stretch. The last two ball games, we hadn't allowed a score in the third and fourth quarter, and part of that's our kids adjusting, just doing a good job with that, and part of it's they're fresh, they're rotating, and they're not concerned about with me or I. They're concerned about our team and how can I help our team. And when they're in there, they're fresh and they can go play as hard as they can play.
Talk about fresh, a couple of extra days off, Coach. It's been 9 days since the Pirates have played a football game. Has that been a benefit, do you think?
It has, in a couple fronts. One, you're seeing an offense that's going to shift, motion, trade, all those type of things. So it helps you get a little bit extra preparation for that. It also helps you kind of heal back up from any bruises and bumps from a game. So 9 days instead of 7. So you get a little extra factors there, but we're kind of eager to go out there and play again. You're kind of sitting around, staring at the time, and just ready to get back on the grass and get to work.
Yeah, eager might be the best word because when I talk to your defensive players, Coach, they are so excited and they're having so much fun. Do you think the worm is kind of turning here defensively with your outfit?
Well, I think for our whole program, Coach Houston's just done an awesome job of shaping this thing and molding it to who we wants our program to be, who he wants us to be offensively, defensively, and our players have really done a good job buying into that. And, our guys are excited to come to work every day, be on the grass every day, meeting rooms, and they're excited to be out in front of our fans in Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, just feel that energy. So really excited about that.
You've coached at a number of different places. Compare the atmospheres to some of the other places that you have coached to. Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, Bagwell Field have not had a sellout yet. Had some crowds over 40, not 50, like has happened in the past year. But, Blake, for somebody who's only in the second year of the program, what do you think about the atmosphere here?
Yeah, I told somebody the other day, I've been in Tuscaloosa, Death Valley, Florida State after they won a national championship, a lot of different places. And here it's good as anywhere. It's exciting as anywhere. And our players feed off that, the boneyard, and just being rowdy and dowdy, and just the whole atmosphere has been really good for us. And it brings a little bit, we always try to play with high energy, high effort, but I think it even creates more for our players. And then you can see it on the game field and game day, just kind of playing with that energy.
So, Coach, give us 2 or 3 keys for this one. What will your defense have to do to slow down this Temple offense?
Yeah, I think a little bit like an optional type offense as far as you got to keep them behind the sticks and keep them off pace. You got to win first down. You can't make it 2nd and 5. If they're 2nd and 5, 3rd and 1, they're going to keep you on your heels. So you got to get some plays, zero gains, negative plays, make them kind of one-dimensional in what they want to do, and then just keep the quarterback in front of us, no big plays, do a great job tackling, as I mentioned, eye discipline. So that's kind of our keys right there, and we got to continue to do that play in and play out.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. And we thank Blake for joining us, and also Donnie Kirkpatrick, ECU's offensive coordinator, joining us on the show from UBE. Had a great conversation with Andrew Bays, ECU Hall of Famer and a former terrific punter for the Pirates. And also we thank our 3 Pirate football players who dropped by the show as well. Miles Berry was here, Tyler Snead, and Fernando Fry, all dropping by. And my thanks also to Wes Hines for twisting the dials here at UBE, and to Clip Rock for his assistance at Pirate Radio. Saturday, 3 o'clock. It's another winning weekend, hopefully, for Pirate football in Greenville. 3 o'clock will be kickoff time as the Temple Owls will be in town for Pirate football. Hard to believe, folks. It is the 9th game already of the season. So much for this team to play for as they enter 4-4, 2-2 in the league, and hopefully a chance to take another very positive step on the road to at least 6 wins this season and bowl eligibility. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll see you at the stadium.
You've been listening to the UBE Pirate Preview, an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio. Stay tuned for more ECU Pirate Game Day coverage with the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation. This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Purple and gold, they're not just colors. They represent a nation of people from all walks of life coming together as one, who are loyal to the code of what it means to be a pirate. A nation of pirates who have a chip on their shoulder, that show grit and determination in times of adversity, and showing a burning loyalty to their crew. Purple and gold are our colors, colors that brand us as pirates. Just as the colors were raised by the pirates that sailed our coast before us, it's our time to do the same, to signal a rallying cry to all pirates. No retreat, no surrender, no quarter. We are the pirates of ECU.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
All right, happy game day to you. It is time for Pirate football. East Carolina back home at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, taking on the Temple Owls at 3 o'clock. We're with you right here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, taking you right up to that kickoff. We're on Pirate Radio 92.7 FM in Greenville, 104.1 in Washington. You can find us still on 1250, 930, also online, pr927fm.com. We are available to watch on Facebook Live and on YouTube, so check us out there. Let us know what your tailgate meal is today, what your prediction is for today's game. Drop a comment and we'll read it on the air during our 4-hour journey. Got a lot to get to on today's show, including Jeff Charles right here in the Pirate Radio studios. He'll join us hour number 1 to break down this one between the Owls and the Pirates. Billy Weaver, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, will join us around noon. We'll hear from ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick, defensive coordinator Blake Harrell as well. Ryan Wallen from Owls Daily 24/7 joined us to give us the Temple perspective on this game earlier this week on Pirate Radio Live. We'll play some of that and also dive into the numbers for this Temple team we'll see on the field today. We'll hear from some Pirate players during our pregame tailgate. Miles Berry, Tyler Snead, and Fernando Fry as well. We got a couple of tailgate check-ins coming up later on in the show. See what's going on out at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, will join us live in the Pirate Radio studios in the 1 o'clock hour. Double B Brian Bailey will give us a live report from Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. We'll also talk about today's games from a gambling perspective with the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau. Brian North also set to join us here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. That and a whole lot more is on the way on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Pirates looking to get over 500 again in 2021 as they come into today's game at 4-4. The Temple Owls 3-5. East Carolina a big favorite in today's game at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, and we'll talk about it all. We'll pop the top on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Delcor is having a contest to find the oldest working home air conditioner. That's right. If you have the oldest working AC, you will win a train valued at $5,000. Go to DelcorInc.com to get details and submit your entry to win a train. It's hard to stop a train. Go to DelcorInc.com to enter the contest and win a new AC system powered by Delcor and Train. Once again, Delcor Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing will replace the oldest air conditioner found in eastern North Carolina for free. But you have to enter to win it. Enter today at DelcorInc.com.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 for 0.9% for 72 months, plus $500 off. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back into Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Cliff Brock.
All right, thank you, Chandler. Wes Hines rocking some death metal to get us woken up here in the AM. Is this one of your tunes, Wes?
I just pulled it out of the arsenal.
Okay, all right. I like it. Let's wake everybody up, right? We got a 3 o'clock kickoff coming up at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium this afternoon. It'll be East Carolina and Temple. Great to have Wes Chanman alongside. Great to have the voice riding with us. Hour number 1 here before he heads over to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Jeff, great to see you. How you doing?
Clip, I'm doing great. It feels like football weather out there, doesn't it? It feels like certainly like in the Midwest or the Northeast when things start to get cold and it's kind of gray. Although as I look out the window here at Pirate Radio, uptown in Greenville, the sun has come out here in the last few minutes. I think the forecast is a little bit better than what we thought it was going to be this afternoon. Looks like maybe that rain will hold off, at least not any kind of a total downpour, maybe a little bit of a shower shower here and there. But I think all in all, when you look at the forecast and what we thought we were going to be dealing with earlier in the week, it really, knock on wood, is a little bit better and hopefully it'll be a positive weather situation.
Well, Don Edwards told you yesterday, Jeff. I don't know what app he was looking at, but his glass half full app had no rain in the forecast. He was ready to have a dry Saturday.
Yeah. Well, Don is out of the same school of philosophy as Cy Seymour.
Everything's great.
Everything's always great. Matt Maloney, we can put him in that category too. Everything's always tremendous.
They're great to talk to when things are not so great, right? Don's in a good mood today, Jeff. You mentioned it. It's football weather. It's also kind of a throwback ECU Saturday. UBE's rocking, and people are excited, and that's because the Pirates are winning some games, 4-4, and trying to get to 5-4 today, Jeff.
Yeah, no doubt about that. As I pulled up to the station, and UBE, of course, is located right behind Pirate Radio, couldn't find a place to park in the parking lot, which is the first time that's happened this early in a game day for a long time. So we always say that is a very good sign. And, of course, we had the show yesterday at UBE, and a lot of folks were milling around in there. So we always use that as a barometer as to what kind of a crowd the Pirates are going to have. Everybody loves a winner. The Pirates are playing better, and they've got a chance to take a gigantic step forward again here today with a victory over Temple, which would give them 5 wins. And it's been no secret since back in winter workouts, they've been talking about winning at least 6 and getting to a bowl and becoming bowl eligible. But this is a very important game. There's no doubt about that, Clip. I mean, it's a game that you really need to win. And we'll see if the Pirates can do that. I'm a little bit leery this week of a lot of folks saying, well, this is going to be an easy one and roll the ball out because Temple's not very good. But you can never do that. And as soon as you do that, it comes back and bites you know where. So the guys have to come out today and play with their hair on fire, just like they've been doing here recently.
ECU has earned their 4 wins. You could argue should have more with all the close games this year. Temple 3-5 doesn't look bad, Jeff, but when you dissect it, they have had 1 win that makes you raise your eyebrows, and that was the 34-31 victory over Memphis. Their other 2 wins came against Akron, who, Jeff, you know the MAC a little bit. They're not one of the better MAC teams, are they?
No, they're really bad. In fact, they fired their coach this week, Tom Arth, and his record there, Clip, was 3-24 at Akron. So, no, they're always an also-ran, and they weren't much competition for Temple. But this Temple team, to look at some of the other stats, Clip, they have been outscored 135-24 in their last 3 games. So they've not been competitive in the last 3.
That's since the Memphis win, where we thought, okay, maybe they're turning this thing around. Now, they lost to Cincinnati in one of those games, which is understandable, but they lost by 20 points to the South Florida team that we saw last Thursday at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, and then got blown out by UCF. And this is not the UCF of old with Dylan Gabriel out. 49-7 was that score. So they have had issues. They've had issues on the road. That Akron win was on the road, but outside of that, have not played well away from home. And now East Carolina has to take advantage of that today, Jeff. Last time we saw the Pirates on the field, a pretty dismal first half. You're losing by 8 points at home on a rainy, cold night at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. But, man, they turned it on in quarters 3 and 4 and came out with a double-digit win over South Florida.
Yeah, when you look at the scoreboard, it was 23-0 in the second half of that game, Clip, and the Pirates played very well offensively and defensively. You look back at the halftime of that game, and the only people that really stopped ECU was ECU because of the turnovers. And then they came back and got that fixed in the second half. The defense is just playing great. That's consecutive games now in the second half where East Carolina has shut out the opponent, going back to the Houston game and then, of course, last week with USF. So the defense is playing well. Good to see Holt Nailers have a good ball game last time out, too, and good to see Holton run the football. He ran the football for 78 yards in the last game, so maybe he's coming along with his running game. And Raji Harris, we've been talking about this. It was about this time last year that he really caught his stride. You know, Raji's a big, strong guy, and as the season goes on, you know, a lot of guys kind of taper off a little bit, but he seems to be the kind of guy, because of his body type and, of course, with his mental mindset, that he gets stronger as the year goes on, and he's had 2 really good back-to-back games against USF. He's run for 100-plus in both of those games, so I look for Raji to come out today and play well. This is kind of his kind of game. This could be a real run-the-football kind of game and day today. I hope Raji can come out and have another really strong performance for the Pirates.
Yeah, that was probably the Mike Houston script last week, Jeff. What he wanted to do the first day he stepped here into Greenville at East Carolina University, run the football and have that set up the pass. But you had Ehlers over 70 yards, Keaton Mitchell over 70, Rajay Harris had a 100-yard night. So the Pirates were able to control the ground. They gave up some rushing yards too. You talk about winning the trenches. They gave up some rushing yards, but let's talk about the defense, Jeff. Bend but don't break. I use that phrase against USF, or they'd go down the field and East Carolina would stop them on fourth down, and then the second half they shut them out just as they did Houston. This defense has been playing fantastic, Jeff, and that's another reason folks are excited around here. It's always fun to go to a game and see some good defense. That's when you can get loud. That's when you can stand up, get into the game, and these Pirates have given the fans something to cheer about here of late.
And especially with this type of defense that Blake Harrell's defensive philosophy has, that fans can really get into it because they rush the passer, they blitz, and they come at you from all different angles. I know in hearing some opponent coaches speak, they say we just don't know where these guys are coming from as far as who's going to blitz and from what angle they're coming at. So he's gotten the offenses that East Carolina's played against pretty much confused here of recent games. So we'll see some of that today, and it's just good to see so many kids out there playing. They've got such great depth now with this defense, and it's fun to see some of these young guys grow up. I love to watch Tegan Wilk play, number 24. He's just all over the field, reckless abandon. He's doing a great job, and Bruce Bivens has always played that well and that way. And, the corners have been great this year. McMillan and Fleming have had terrific years, and they just don't really have that stud up front, that big-time guy up front or a big-time edge rusher. But what they've been able to do is they've been able to rotate so many guys up front and get good production out of them every week. Clip, I put 10 defensive linemen on my board, and I think oftentimes they use 12 or 13. So they keep guys fresh, and I think it's a lot of fun for these players to play in that type of environment because they can go out there and just let it rip. And they know they can give it 110% on every play. If they get winded, they get tired, they get banged up or whatever, the next guy's ready to come in, and he's just about as good as the guy who's leaving the field. So it's been a good philosophy that these guys have come up with. Maybe we don't have right now in the program all conference defensive linemen, but if we can play 10 guys and keep them all fresh, we can do a good job.
I think that's a great point, Jeff, because usually your D-line will make the back seven, look good. But we haven't had, Rick DeBrew and Elijah Morris and, Hickman and those guys, and then Jeremy Lewis, edge rusher. Nobody has really stepped up, like you said, and become a major impact player. They're all good players, but not a major impact. So the Pirates have relied on their veteran linebackers, the guys we knew in the secondary coming into the year with Fleming, McMillan, and some new faces as well. You mentioned Tegan Wilk and others stepping up, and DJ Ford in his first year as a safety, although he is a veteran. The back end has maybe made the front guys look better than they are. So I love what this defense is doing right now, and hopefully they only get better as we continue to play out the rest of this season. But that has been a strength for this team. Even in some of these losses, Jeff, the defense has played well enough to keep ECU in games. I heard you talking to Don on the UBE Pirate Preview yesterday, and you threw out that 26 number. ECU giving up around 26 points a game.
26.6.
And if you don't follow football, you say, well, that you need to hold them under 20, 24, whatever. 2021 college football, holding a team under 30, we've talked about it a lot, Jeff. That's not a bad number. That's going to win you a lot of games, and it's starting to win ECU some games.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And you talk about the secondary, and we have mentioned so many times the depth they have up front of the defensive line, but the secondary as well, Clip, they've got a lot of depth back there. Demel Hickman is backing up Jaquan McMillan, and Jawan Powell's a fine player. Mm-hmm. He's backing up Warren Saban. He's just a freshman. Sean Dorso has played a lot, backing up DJ Ford. And Nolan Johnson, the coaches tell me that he is really coming along, and he's a bigger corner. He's 6'2", and he's rangy and a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger maybe than some of the other guys, so they put him in there in different situations. So they have developed a lot of really great depth in the secondary as well as the guys up front. Now, the linebacking core, has good depth too with the starters, and they also have some good backups there with Aaron Ramseur, who is really a good player, and he and Miles Berry have done a great job at that spot. Gerard Stringer always seems to be all over the field making hits, and he's backing up Jaira Wilson. And what happens too, Clip, in practice during the week, I mean, you've got so many guys that are about even talent-wise. It is great competition for these guys to get ready to get on the field on Saturday and play, because you've always got somebody pushing you.
No doubt. And when you say those names, I think to myself, are they really backups? It's almost like a 1A, 1B situation with some of these positions on East Carolina's defense. Let's take a quick look at the Orthopedics East injury report, brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, online at orthoeast.com. You mentioned DJ Ford. Jeff, he's one of the Pirates who is battling through some pain right now, but giving it a go on Saturdays, or in last week's case on Thursdays. You got a ton of guys that at this point in the year have their bumps and bruises, and they're out there playing, and then they'll get a breather because, like you said, they got depth, especially on the defensive side of the ball. How about other guys that are banged up right now on this team, Jeff?
Well, there are a number of guys who are banged up. We'll find out more about that when we get to the stadium as far as whether or not they are going to play or not. But you're right about DJ Ford. He's had a shoulder injury that he has been battling his way through. Juwan Powell has also been a little bit banged up. Zach Bird still is not ready to come back. He's a tight end. He's had that broken bone in his hand. I don't believe we'll see Zach today. And then we've talked about it seems like all season long, Clip, because it has been all season long, the problems they've had at right tackle keeping people healthy. And Rob Vanderland, I think they thought he might be back about this week, but he's been slow to heal. I don't know how much more production they're going to get out of him this year. And, of course, Bailey Malovic went down. He was the starter early on. So they've had some injuries there. Avery Jones has been a little bit hobbled this week. He'll be out there and play. You're just at the point of the season where guys are going to go out there and play. They try and nurse them through practice. The guys who, are pretty banged up, there's no sense in going out there and getting them hurt more during practice and not being able to play on Saturday. So that's that fine line that coaches have to walk. You have to get guys ready to go, but you don't want people getting hurt in practice so they can't play on Saturday.
Yeah, and that's where we are right now. And then even during the game, you'll see DJ Ford in and out. You'll see Noah Henderson in and out of the lineup at tackle. So ECU, like a lot of teams, dealing with those bumps and bruises at this point in the year. Let's get a break in. As we do, I might hit number 2, sandwich of the day, biscuit of the day, from CD's Grill. Man, we got a great spread in the kitchen. Wes, have you dove into it yet?
Yeah, I had the sausage, egg, and cheese. Biscuit?
Yeah.
Yes.
The link sausage?
Yes.
Fantastic. The
Delicious.
cheese is like right out of a cheese biscuit you get at a corner store.
Exactly.
The egg was great. It was awesome. And might have to double down and grab another one. CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road. Breakfast, lunch, awesome food. And they hooked us up here for our pregame, for the Bud Light pregame tailgate. So thank you to CD's Grill. Check them out on a game day or any day for some awesome, awesome food. All right, let's take a time out. We'll come back. We'll have more with the voice, Jeff Charles. We'll look at some other action going on today and talk more ECU Temple when we return after this.
Well, the secret is out. CD's Grill has the best breakfast in Greenville. Start your day with a made-to-order breakfast Monday through Saturday at CD's Grill. Plus, you can enjoy lunch Monday through Friday. And their lunch specials are always a huge hit. Monday, it's barbecue chicken. Tuesday, pork tenderloin and gravy. Wednesday, chicken and pastry. Thursday, barbecue pork chops. And Friday, it's spaghetti. CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road in Winterville, near Evans Street. Stop by CD's Grill for the best country cooking around.
This is a public notice only Discount Mattress and Furniture, 1501 Evans Street in Greenville. Every single item must be sold at pennies on the dollar, up to 75% off mattresses, furniture, wall to wall. Only Discount Mattress and Furniture, all wood chest, $99. Computer desk, $99. Nightstands, $49. Dinette sets, table and 4 chairs, $199. Chairs, end tables, coffee tables, $20. Hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Winning is not everything, it's the only thing.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, this is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now's the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage at historically low rates. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers, and I couldn't do my job without my offensive line keeping me safe. Make sure your employees are safe by using ArcPoint Labs for your medical testing needs. From pre-employment testing to COVID test, ArcPoint Labs is there to serve Eastern North Carolina with accurate, reliable, confidential testing. Schedule an appointment at any of their 6 Eastern North Carolina locations or visiting them online at arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients. Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road across from Plant and Sea, Cuccinellas.com, and on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Mike Houston, head football coach at East Carolina University, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for the Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 to 6, and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and US Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show on game days. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe.
Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, taking a look at the games coming up at noon. Georgia, number
That's
one.
Chandler, by the way, not Shirley Rhodes.
Number 1, Georgia taking on Missouri. They are a 40-point favorite in Athens today. Nebraska hosts Ohio State in Lincoln, Nebraska. North Carolina hosting Wake Forest. Number 9, Wake Forest. They are a 2.5-point favorite at home against the Demon Deacons. And then Liberty, Hugh Freeze travels back to Ole Miss today. Number 16, Ole Miss is an 8-point favorite against the Flames. And then you have Minnesota hosting Illinois, and then Duke in Durham hosting number 25, Pittsburgh. That's been a look at your Buccaneer scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates and ENC. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season has food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule at the Buccaneer Music Hall, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck.
Thanks, Chandler.
Good job. A lot of games to keep an eye on kicking off in about 35 minutes or so. Jeff Charles here. Jeff, I heard a few numbers coming in this morning that an unranked team has beaten a top 15 team every week this season. And at least one team in the top 11 in the country has been knocked off every week this season. So we've seen some chaos, we've seen a little madness, and we've got some candidates for that this week, Jeff. So I'm going to throw a few out here. Wake Forest, as Chandler said, is an underdog as the number 9 team in the country, going to Chapel Hill to take on North Carolina. That one coming up at noon. Purdue has already beaten number 2 Iowa. They get a shot at number 3 Michigan State today in West Lafayette. Michigan State, a narrow favorite in that one. Oklahoma State, Mike Gundy's team, is 11th in the country, 7-1. They go to West Virginia to take on the Mountaineers at 3:30. And TCU, you've got the Gary Patterson news there at Fort Worth. They will take on number 12 Baylor coming up. That one in Fort Worth. So you've got some teams that are in the top 15 on the road today, Jeff. Maybe another upset alert Saturday coming up.
Could be. That's a great stat. I had not heard that, by the way, Clip. And Gary Patterson and TCU without Gary Patterson today. He was fired, and they wanted him to complete the year, and he said no. So he's no longer on the sideline at TCU, and what a great coach and what a great career he has had with the Horned Frogs. But the last 4 years, 21 and 22, and this business is all about what have you done for me lately, and they decided to make a switch. But Gary Patterson had a great run. We remember his teams playing against ECU back in the day, and what a wonderful career he has had. Whether he'll pop up somewhere else or even wants to coach anymore, who knows? These guys make so much money now when they get fired, even if they're, in their early to mid 50s, they don't have to work anymore. So I don't know if he still has the coaching bug or not. But you're right, Clip. I hear you running down all of those games, and my thought is there really much difference between any of these teams anymore? I mean, if West Virginia beat Oklahoma State today, would we even blink, really?
No.
And Oklahoma State's number 11. They've only lost one game. So you've got a lot of games like that, I think, on a weekly basis. Here's another stat I wanted to throw out at you, too, today, Clip. As I do my research for the opponent, I found this really interesting about the Temple Owls. They have players from 21 different states and the District of Columbia, and they have 3 players from outside the United States who are foreign players. They have a player from Switzerland, one from Sweden, and one from Austria. And 21 states, as far as you can go in this country. I mean, they've got a player from Hawaii all the way to Pennsylvania, New York, and the East Coast. So you talk about a recruiting base, I guess, for Temple. Either that or they have a hard time getting people in their own backyard. I don't know, but they will absolutely sign and recruit and have players on their roster virtually from all over the world. We're going to see that today with this Temple team.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. Where you and Pennsylvania, Ohio, those are good high school, athletics states, Jeff. Where you would think they could get some talent from there, or maybe go in the Northeast. I don't know, but they're going international apparently with their recruiting. And speaking of Temple and coaching, Jeff, they had I don't want to say luck. They had a run of hiring great coaches with, Golden and Collins, who's at Georgia Tech now, Matt Rule, the head coach at with the Carolina Panthers, and had Manny Diaz. We looked it up yesterday, Jeff, for 2 weeks.
Yep.
Before he decided to, like LeBron, take his talents to South Beach and go coach Miami. So Rod Carey comes in as their head coach, and nothing lasts forever. Their string of great coaching hires, Jeff, it was going to come to an end at some point. Not saying it has now, but things aren't going great with Rod Carey at this moment.
No, they're not, Clip, and it's a very, very difficult place to win, and I think that is showing up now with Rod Carey. It's pretty
Which makes
amazing.
what those guys did even more remarkable.
Oh, there's no
right?
doubt. They did great jobs. Those guys were all terrific and really exceeded expectations. But a very similar record for Rod Carey and Mike Houston at ECU. They're both in their third years, and Mike here is 11-18, and Rod Carey is 12-16 at Temple. So very, very close as far as the winning percentage is concerned. But I first became aware of Temple football back in the day, Clip, when I was at Virginia Tech. And it was 1983, I believe. Virginia Tech went up to Philadelphia and played Temple. And the head coach at Temple was Bruce Arians. And Bruce Arians, now, of course, Super Bowl champion with the Tampa Bay Bucks. Bruce Arians and Mike Burnip, our good friend, played together at Virginia Tech. And Bruce was a backup quarterback. Mike was the tight end, and they were friends for years and grew up through the Virginia Tech program. And Mike took me over to the Temple football offices where Bruce was the head coach at the time. And I'll never forget it. We were walking around there, and he said, now, again, things have changed, I think, a little bit, but this was back in 1983. He said, this is our practice facility and our practice field, and it literally was a 100-yard surface of artificial turf right in the middle of the city that had a chain link fence and one gate that had a big lock on it, and that's where they practiced every day, like between the skyscrapers, if you will, in downtown Philadelphia. And that was where they practiced. They had very, very few facilities to work with there. I know Bruce had a little office, which was about half the size of this studio that we're in here. So, yeah, it's always been a tough deal there. And I give him credit because they started that Temple Tough stuff. And I think it was really a great trademark that they have out there, and a great philosophy for their football program. And Marty Feuer, who's worked with us for 29 years on the network, Marty is a Philadelphia native, and he's a Temple graduate. And so sometimes I go to Marty about what it was like, growing up there and what Temple University is all about. And he said something really interesting a number of years ago, because they talk about building an on-campus stadium. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to put it in downtown Philadelphia, but I do think there is some room there somewhere they've looked at. But Marty made a really good point one day. He said, you have to understand that kids in Philadelphia or in the Northeast, they grew up more as NFL fans than they do college football fans. So it's a big deal to a lot of kids when they recruit kids to Temple to take them out to the link and show them the Eagles Stadium and say, hey, guys, you're going to play in an NFL stadium every Saturday. And that is appealing to a lot of kids in the Northeast. So I thought that was really interesting when he told me that one day.
That maybe having an on-campus stadium wouldn't be the best thing in the world, that they have
exactly.
an advantage playing where they do now.
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, that is because the trend is build on campus like Tulane did, getting out of the Superdome, which was good for them because nobody was showing up at the Superdome for their games. And now, at least, they get 15,000, 17,000 people there on campus, which has really improved their program a lot. But Temple is so landlocked, if you have ever been there, you really don't know where the school is or where the next office building is. It's right in the heart of the city. And whether or not they'll ever build a stadium there on campus or not, I don't know. I will miss our friend Harry Donahue, who I will not see at the stadium. I just sent a text to Harry earlier this morning. Harry, the longtime voice of the Temple Owls, retired this summer. And so we'll miss seeing Harry. Great guy, great broadcaster, and we got to know him over the years, and he's enjoying retirement now in Philadelphia.
He's got a classic radio voice.
He really does.
Jeff, speaking of Temple, were you able to go in John Chaney's office? I wonder what the size of his office was compared to Bruce Arians back at the time.
Well, I didn't, but I can tell you it was probably about the size of a postage stamp because it was in Old McGonigal Hall, and I've been through there. In fact, in recent trips up there, I've walked through there, which is about half the size of Minji's. And so there's just no room there. I remember one time in Philadelphia at St. Joe's when the Pirates played there a number of years ago, a long time ago. I think that was Bill Herrion era.
Yeah.
And going into the St. Joe's building and talking to Phil Martelli, who was the head coach there for years. And I swear, Clip, he was in like a jail cell. I mean, it was so small, and that was his office as the head coach of St. Joe. And, it's just a different deal when you're in a city like that. Yeah. I mean, the facilities are just different.
Didn't East Carolina beat St. Joe's and Minji's? I have a memory of that from years and years and years ago.
Yes, they did.
That was a big win at the time.
That was a big win at the time. And you know who's at St. Joe's these days?
I should. Who is it, Jeff?
Charles Coleman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Playing. Yeah. Okay.
Charles Coleman, the 7-footer who came in here a couple of years ago. Charles Coleman's now at St. Joe's.
Wow. Okay.
And Noah Farrakhan who is now at Eastern Michigan, had a big game last night in an exhibition game against my alma mater, Goshen College. This was an exhibition game, and Noah Farrakhan had 18 points last night for Eastern Michigan.
Somebody, might have been Chandler, somebody was talking about that after trivia Wednesday night at AJ's. A Noah Farrakhan sighting had happened at Eastern Michigan. Because we were watching the MAC football games.
We were talking about Western Michigan. Then we
And
did
Central Michigan.
Then we did some like post-trivia where where did Antonio Brown go to school? Went
Greg
to Central
Jennings.
Michigan. I said, now where did Noah Farrakhan transfer to? Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, and somebody had brought up he had a good game in I guess an exhibition.
Yeah, it was an exhibition game at Goshen College's Division III, and you know who the AD is now at Eastern Michigan?
Scott Weatherby.
Scott Weatherby,
Yeah.
who was at ECU on the staff for 10 years. He's the AD there now in Ypsilanti.
Connecting a lot of dots here on the Bud Light
Hitting all
pregame
cylinders.
tailgate.
Yeah, and that's what happens, when you're in this business a long time, Clip, you just cross paths, it seems like, with everybody at some point.
Yeah, no doubt. Jeff Charles joining us in the Pirate Radio studios, getting you set for another day of college football and another East Carolina game day, ECU and Temple. And Jeff, we talked about Holton Ahlers running the ball. I like Tyler Snead said it Monday with us and said it during your interview during the week that it reminded Tyler of Holton's freshman days, and especially he brought up the North Carolina game when Holton Ahlers ran all over the Tar Heels, and we finally saw his breakout when he was a young player here. He's added throwing to the mix, but I think if he's going to be the best, Holton Ahlers, the best quarterback for East Carolina, he's going to have to do both. And credit to him for his decision-making last Thursday. Credit to Donnie Kirkpatrick for dialing up some design runs for Holton. And we'll see if that continues today, Jeff. I think it should and it will.
Well, let's hope so. I saw Holton this week, asked him how his body felt. He said he's feeling pretty good. He's a big, strong guy, and these guys get treatment all week and get ready to go into battle again on Saturday. But the 78 yards that he had last week was really big, and it was good to see Holton run around out there and do things with his feet, which we know he is capable of doing. So we'll see if that's part of the game plan coming up in this one this afternoon at 3 o'clock.
And it's interesting to talk to these guys, Jeff, and how they mature as players and people. And it was either Snead or Rajay or maybe both who said, yeah, I just figured I'd heal naturally, like after a game, and I just feel better. But no, now they realize that they have to go to treatment, and coaches kind of press them to do that during the week, right, Jeff? Make sure they're taking care of their bodies during the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And the more hits you take, the more it takes a toll on your body too, Clip. I mean, when you consider you're a senior here and you've been playing 4 years, maybe 5 years.
Bruce Bivens and those guys.
Bruce Bivens. Bruce is a little bit slowed now. He's dealing with some injury issues. So, it just takes a toll. Maybe when these guys come in here as freshmen playing high school football is tough enough, but you play another 4 or 5 years on the body, and all of a sudden, you wake up one day and your body doesn't quite feel the same as it did 4 or 5 years ago. So it all takes a toll.
Jeff, Holton Ahlers, 8 different targets caught balls last week. That's a good number, and of course you got your usual suspects. C.J. Johnson had one of his better days catching the ball. Tyler Snead, Audio Matosho has really stepped up and become a guy that this offense Holton Ahlers can rely on, and that's been good to see. That should only open up things more for Snead and CJ if Holton can find these other targets.
Yeah, no doubt. And when you talk with the coaches, Cliff, they all talk about Audie has one of the best work ethics of anybody on the team, is an extremely hard worker. And the coaching staff and his teammates are really, really happy for him because he's put in such a whole bunch of hard work, and he's done a terrific job this year. 25 catches coming into the game today, 12.9 per catch average. He's scored 3 touchdowns. And remember, last year he was just kind of getting his feet wet. I don't think he felt real comfortable. I mean, this is a young guy from Texas and played at UCLA, and all of a sudden you're going all the way across the country and you're in a brand new program, brand new players, going to school to a totally different place. It just takes a while to get comfortable, and I think last year he went through some growing pains, but this year he stepped up and he's done a really nice job. It's good to see. Need to get Josiah Hatfield going again.
Yeah.
Clip. Josiah's had some good games, and then he's kind of disappeared. Maybe he can be a bigger part of the game plan today because we know how fast he is and what he can do. And that I don't know how many Pirate fans have watched, but when C.J. Johnson does come out, Tyler Tyler Savage, who is a freshman, is getting some playing time now at that spot as well. So maybe we'll see Tyler a little bit more here in the last third of the season.
4 games left to go. You can play in 4 games and still redshirt. That, of course, the rule in college football. So let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk about that a little bit. Maybe we'll see some new faces in these games, these last 4 games. Maybe there's guys that have played 3 or 4 games that we won't see the remaining of the season because they want to keep that red shirt status. So we'll talk about that and more. Wrap it up with the voice. Hour 1 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate rolls on after this.
Hey Pirates, this is Holt Nailers. A big part of my success on the field is what I eat at home. To keep my body filled up, I order meals off a Clean Eats meal plan. I choose the meals I want from 6 different meals offered each week, and I pick them up on Sunday or Monday at the cafe on Red Banks Road. Each meal is packed with the perfect mix of healthy proteins, carbs, and veggies to keep my engine running at full speed. Go to cleaneats.com, click on meal plans, or stop by the cafe and get all the info. Clean Eats and the Pirates, a winning combination.
In studio with Gloria from Kinetic Physical Therapy. Gloria, what is cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is when your body is exposed to extremely cold but therapeutic temperatures for several minutes. It has many benefits, including decreased pain, decreased inflammation, increased energy, and improved overall wellness. That's why at Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we offer a wide variety of services, including cryotherapy. So whether you're an athlete or whether you just want to give your health a boost, cryotherapy will help to ensure that you're feeling great and living well. So come chill with us and you'll be back for more.
Have you been waiting to try CBD? ENS Hemp on Fire Tower Road in Greenville is the area leader in CBD. We want to educate you on how our products work with your endocannabinoid system. These products are all natural and non-addictive. ENS offers a variety of products to meet your needs. Tinctures, edibles, topicals, and even smokable items. Customer feedback indicates relief from stress, anxiety, fatigue, pain, and PTSD, just to name a few. ENS Hemp is located on Fire Tower Road. Also, check us out on our Instagram and Facebook pages.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Hello, this is Michael McGraw from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center of Greenville. We offer a variety of services including arthroscopic surgery, sports medicine, carpal tunnel and general orthopedics, fracture care, total joint replacement, physical therapy, and on-site MRIs. For experienced professional medical care, visit our office on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online at orthoeast.com. Orthopedics East providing services to ECU and Pitt County Athletics for over 35 years. Go Pirates!
Christie's Europub is the perfect place to relax, grab a bite, and enjoy a drink this fall. Located in the heart of Greenville and just a few blocks from ECU's campus, Christie's offers lunch, dinner, and late night with live music every Sunday. Come and have brunch Monday through Friday from 11 to 3 or Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 4. Scratch cooking takes time, so relax and enjoy a pint at Christie's Europub today. For the latest information, check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram or visit them online at christieseuropub.com.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
With the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, earlier we ran down some of the 12 o'clock games going on. Now let's go over some of the games going on at 3:30. First off, it is Michigan State coming off a great win against Michigan last week. They're going to travel to West Lafayette to take on Purdue. And then at 3:30, a couple of conference foes, Cincinnati, number 6 Cincinnati, a little controversial there. They're taking on Tulsa at home. And then also Navy traveling to South Bend to take on the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. And then also Oklahoma State, number 11 Oklahoma State, is traveling to West Virginia to take on the Mountaineers, and then Baylor is set to take on the Gary Peterson-less TCU Horned Frogs. The Tigers of Auburn traveling to College Station to take on the Aggies of Texas A&M, and then BYU hosts Idaho State. BYU ranked number 15 in the country. You also have Wisconsin traveling to Rutgers, and then Mississippi State is traveling to Arkansas to take on the Razorbacks, and that's actually at 4 o'clock. And that's a quick look at your Buccaneer scoreboard, brought to you by the Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates and ENC. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season has food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule at the Buccaneer Music Hall, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, we are watching College Game Day. The Buck. Thanks, Chandler.
The Buck.
Thank you. They are at Cincinnati. Cincinnati fans probably not happy this week when they saw the college football playoff rankings, but seem to be spirited today, Jeff, as they get ESPN in their backyard, and they're looking for some style points today in their game, and they look fired up out there anyway.
I'll tell you what, there are thousands and thousands of people there for game day at Cincinnati, and we talk about landlocked kind of campuses and facilities. Cincinnati is another one. That's a tough place to get to. So a lot of those folks had to go through those little narrow streets and try and find a place to park, but they came out in numbers. I'm impressed with the crowd there and impressed with Cincinnati, and just think, they're less than 3 weeks away from coming into Greenville to play the Pirates. So it's going to be a big day when Cincinnati comes to town, but got to get by Temple first here this afternoon.
Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, good game in the SEC. It'll be on ESPN2. Tennessee is actually a narrow road favorite over 18th ranked Kentucky, and our friend Rick Smith will be at that game. Rick's grandson is on the support staff there with the Kentucky Wildcats, so he'll be taking that one in from Kroger Field in Lexington. And there are schools, Jeff, that are basketball schools. There are schools that are football schools. We talk about Temple, who we look at as a basketball school. Kentucky, obviously, is a basketball school. But, man, with Stoops there, and apparently Rick Smith told me they've poured he's the coach there, but he said they have poured a ton of money into the football part of Kentucky and that athletic program. They've really come on and are a factor. They were an afterthought in the SEC for years and years, right? And they
for
are
years
a factor
and years. Now. Yeah, no doubt about that. We remember the near miss the Pirates had against Kentucky in the Liberty Bowl, and another near miss the Pirates had in Lexington in that driving rainstorm. I still remember that game. I think it was 6-3 the final. Kentucky won that game.
When was that, Jeff?
That was somewhere, I have to look it up for sure, but it's somewhere 93, 94-ish, somewhere in their Clip. And Bill Curry was the coach at Kentucky at the time, and the Pirates went up there, Coach Logan. I remember Junior Smith having a good game. It poured down the entire day, and the Pirates played Kentucky in Lexington. I got a chance to meet Kaywood Ledford that day, the legendary voice of the Kentucky Wildcats, and spent a few minutes with him in the booth before the game started, which was a thrill for me because I grew up listening to Kaywood Ledford, one of the all-time great college play-by-play announcers. But it was a game in which the Pirates, lost another close one to an SEC team.
Great memory, voice. 6-3, 1993. Yeah, in Lexington. I was not aware of that game, but I was talking to Troy D one day on Pirate Radio Live. I do remember the string of SEC opponents that East Carolina played, and I was thinking particularly in the 90s, there was a game against Tennessee when they had Peyton Manning there. There was a game against Alabama, I can recall, and Jeff, you were on the broadcast for all those, and a lot of narrow misses in those years, right?
Yeah, a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas, kind of like what we've seen this year, Clip, with Pirate football. But at the end of the day, you just have to be good enough to win the football game. The losing team always talks about the woulda, coulda, shouldas.
You're right.
The winning team never talks about those, but the team that loses always talks about those.
Right.
But yeah, the Pirates have played some people really tough down through the years and have been right there with an opportunity to close the door and haven't been able to quite get it done. Of course, there have been the great upsets too. So, it's 6 one way and half a dozen the other.
My D.H. Conley Vikings, the high school I attended, lost last night. Wes Hines was here late night producing that game. Vikings losing to Durham Hillside. But congrats to J.H. Rose. Chandler, the Whiteville Wolfpack, you were on the call for that one. They move on and advance, right?
Yep, they took care of the Camden County Bruins last night, 56-0, a continuous clock in the second half, so it got done pretty early.
Wow, so they're looking for some hardware this year. Still undefeated, right?
Yeah, that is their 10th win of the season, so they'll be playing James Keenan, the Tigers, next week in the second round.
Jeff, how about your old high school? What are they up to?
Well, I have got to get Chandler's High School and my high school together on the gridiron and play a game because it would be the battle of the undefeateds.
Oh, man.
Whiteville is undefeated, and the Piqua Indians in Piqua, Ohio, are undefeated. I listened to their game last night.
Oh, cool.
And they won 17-13 over a Cincinnati school, Cincinnati Withrow, and that was a big win for them. But they are 11-0. I'm not sure who they play next, but they are in the third round of the playoffs in Ohio. They're in the second to largest division. I think Ohio has 6 divisions, and they are in the second to largest. And so they'll go on and they'll play another big city school probably, and beating Cincinnati Withrow is a big deal. They had come in at 9-1, but Piqua Indians are rolling. They've got a really good player, a kid named Medley, who's on his way to either Toledo or Buffalo. He's their star running back, and he came up big last night for them, and they had a hard-fought win. Now, I'll tell you what, it's such a religion in the Midwest, and Clip, you and I have talked about this, and especially in the state of Ohio. I'm not sure what the attendance was, but they have a beautiful high school football stadium, and I just heard the announcers continue to say it was full last night. So when you're talking full, it probably seats, I don't know, 9,000-10,000, and that's the kind of crowd you get for high school football in the state of Ohio. And they've had crowds there as much as 14,000 or 15,000 for a high school football game.
Wow, that's awesome. Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff will be seeing hopefully a nice crowd Tuesday night in Minges. Jeff,
let's hope so.
We'll be there, and Chandler going to join the Clip Rock crew. My dad and myself in section 213.
Yes, sir.
We'll be checking out these new Pirates. Jeff, you'll be on the call as they welcome in South Carolina State, and you got a few knowns on this team, a lot of unknowns, so it'll be exciting to go check them out on Tuesday night.
It really will. I'm really excited to watch the guys play. Went to practice on Monday. There are some good-looking players out there. Vance Jackson is the real deal, folks, and a lot of people probably don't know that name yet, but they are going to find out real fast who Vance Jackson is. He is a terrific talent. He started as a freshman at UConn, and he was a top 40 national high school recruit coming out of the state of California. East Carolina's never had a player recruited that highly. And so he's going to have a really good year, I think, this year, and be one of the better players in the American. He's 6'9". He can shoot threes. He can take it to the hoop. He can defend. He's long. And so I'm really excited to see Vance Jackson in a Pirate uniform, and all the new guys and the holdovers, too, to see if they have improved from last year. So, yes, South Carolina State will be in town. Coach Madlock's team, and he was an assistant, Clip, with Penny Hardaway in Memphis for the last few years. Okay. And now getting his first head job at South Carolina State. So we know him from his Memphis days. And so he will bring his Orangeburg Ball Club in here coming up on Saturday.
They get started Tuesday, and it doesn't stop, Jeff. You threw out the number. How many November games?
There are 8 November games for the Pirates.
A lot of hoops coming up.
A lot of hoops. And, when you look at it from that standpoint, Clip, and we say this every year, you play 8 games and you only play like 30. So roughly 25% of the season is over in the first month of the year.
That's a good point. They're going to squeeze in a bunch. In fact, I guess 3 next week, right? Is it Tuesday, Friday, Sunday, or
they go down to Myrtle Beach, and they'll play. I think it's actually Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm not sure, but I think that's what it is next week.
The following week, yeah.
The following week, yeah, absolutely. After South Carolina State next Tuesday, and then of course we'll go with football to Navy for the broadcast, and then come right back. And Western Carolina will be here on Sunday.
Yeah.
So we've got a busy week next week with South Carolina State, and then Navy on the road, and then back here against Western Carolina in hoops, which, by the way, is a 4 o'clock Sunday game.
Jeff, let's wrap this one up. What kind of game are you expecting today, 3 o'clock at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium? What do the Pirates need to do to get that W today?
Well, I think to begin the game, Clip, it's all between the ears. I mean, the guys have to come out fired up. They have to come out with their hair on fire. They have to approach this game with tempo, just like a South Carolina game earlier in the year, an Appalachian State game. You've got to get out there and play with a lot of intensity, a lot of emotion, like we've seen from this defense especially. And I thought Coach Kirkpatrick made a really good point. Can't turn the ball over year like the Pirate offense has been doing, I mean, sooner or later against a really good opponent, that is really going to come back and bite you. Now, they were able to get away with it last time out with USF, but they can't come out and turn it over offensively today against Temple. And Temple is so beat down right now, Clip, you don't want to give them any life because they can be dangerous. I mean, they've got good football players on this team, and they can give you problems, and all you have to do, as you mentioned, is turn the clock back just a few weeks ago, and they beat a good Memphis team.
Yeah.
So they are very capable, and this quarterback, DeJuan Mathis, I mean, he started as a freshman at Georgia as the quarterback. So you know what kind of a talent this kid is, and in talking with the coaches, they really like the backup, too, a kid named Justin Lynch, who's a run-throw guy who can give you problems, too. So Pirate defense going to have to come out, play really well offensively. I hope they come out with a very diversified attack, get the running game going. Holton maybe run the ball a little bit today like he did last time out, and also get the passing game going. They've got 3 really good receivers going right now, and spread the ball around like they have and not turn it over, and play some great defense and force some turnovers themselves.
And have a fun day at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium for the crowd who will be checking it out this afternoon, and we'll be with you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Hopefully another celebratory edition. It was fun last Thursday. Let's do it again this Saturday night. Jeff, have a great call today, and appreciate you joining us here on the program. Next week, we'll give you a phone call as you will be in Memphis getting ready for that game against the Tigers, but we appreciate you joining us.
You're very welcome, Clip. Always enjoy it. Have a good one.
Thank you, sir. There is the voice, Jeff Charles, joining us today on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. He is headed off to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. We'll take a timeout, come back. Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on the way. We'll check in with our co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, Billy Weaver, when we return after this. Doesn't an amazing date night with amazing food sound great? Mark your calendars and make reservations today for Familia's wine tasting and small plates on Monday, November 15th. Tickets are only $40 and includes a special 5-course meal with wine pairings. Register now at familianc.com or call 689-6330. Kick back, eat, and enjoy yourself with a special date night at Familia on Monday, November 15th. Familia, Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College.
Blue 42! Blue 42! Unlike football, life doesn't take a timeout, and anything can happen at any time. Unfortunately, anything isn't always a good thing. You need auto and life coverage, and agents. There for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You need North Carolina Farm Bureau insurance. Timeout? Not even in our vocabulary.
Pirate fans, call Carlton Venters or Brandon Manning at 756-3007.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Eastern North Carolina's choice for window tinting, signs, graphics, wraps, graphic design, and more is Signs and Tint. Signs and Tint is family owned and operated right here in Greenville, and their NC licensed electricians specialize in vehicle wraps, paint protection film, and more. They can even do building signs for your business. Signs and Tint offers 10% off for military and first responders. Also, make sure to mention Pirate Radio at checkout for a discount. Stop by their office today at 801 Staten Road or visit them online at signsandtint.com.
Pirate Nation, the newest sports bar, is Quarters Bar and Grill, offering gourmet burgers, hot dogs, and wings with unique flavors Greenville has never seen. Pirates like to drink too. Quarters Bar and Grill offers a selection of 10 beers on tap and over 50 different craft beers. Come check us out at Quarters Bar and Grill, open Wednesday to Sunday, 11 to 11, located at the shopping center next to Krispy Kreme. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram and be on the lookout for Quarters Cash hidden around downtown Greenville. Quarters Bar and Grill, the plunder never tasted so good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back to the show. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archive local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Back with you, hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Going to hook up with Billy Weaver here in just a moment. We got games about to kick off as North Carolina and Wake Forest, one of those games. And I'll be keeping an eye on that one. Also, Ole Miss and Liberty. And interesting line in this one. The game is at Ole Miss. Ole Miss is about a 7.5, 8-point favorite in this game. They're thinking perhaps that Liberty and their talented quarterback can keep this one close, put up a lot of points, and maybe pull off an upset as Hugh Freeze, as you said, Chandler, taking on his former school down there in Oxford. All right, right now we will head out to the Fixed NC Live line and talk to my co-host on the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show, Billy Weaver, as he joins us as we get set for East Carolina and Temple. Weave, how you doing today, man?
Doing good, man. Bundled up and ready for a chilly game at Dowdy Finkland, but it's going to be a fun one.
Yes, sir. And East Carolina got the Temple monkey off their back last year, looking to beat them 2 straight times. Temple had owned this series since the teams entered the American Athletic Conference. Good to see East Carolina kind of, get that monkey off the back last year in Philadelphia. Now they're big favorites heading into this one today, Billy.
Yeah, Temple had always been a thorn in the side of East Carolina for whatever reason. And, Temple's always had good football programs. And, to tell you the truth, Temple, they've got athletes. They're not playing well right now. They've had a bad, rough stretch of runs here where they can't seem to get anything going offensively or defensively. But you know what? This is one, obviously as East Carolina fans, we know that East Carolina is not in a position to overlook anybody. When you think about being a 2-touchdown favorite, you think, okay, well, East Carolina should win this game, and they should, but they cannot go into this game taking Temple lightly at all and thinking, okay, we've got this game, let's look ahead. They have got to take care of business. Mike Houston made no bones about that earlier this week in his press conference, getting kind of very animated about saying, hey, it's Temple week, and that is all we're thinking about, and that's what the Pirates have to do today.
Let's talk about your keys, Billy. Offensively, what do you want to see from the Pirates today? Coming off a game where they were able to get the run and pass game going. They want to keep that going today. What's your key against Temple?
Oh, easy. Just protect the football. East Carolina's got weapons on offense. Holt Nailers has been playing a lot better the last couple of games. He's got playmakers. We've seen that all season. But they have got to protect the football. They turned the ball over way too many times. Well, last few games, and especially last game, but they were good enough to be able to overcome those turnovers. They can't have a turnover bug on offense. So, and I'm sure that was something that was discussed and emphasized at length this week during practice, during all the meetings, securing the football and keeping the football. And if East Carolina can do that, they'll be absolutely fine offensively.
Billy Weaver joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. We'll have Weave in here after the game on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. Weave, defensively, Pirates were flying around. How about back-to-back weeks where they shut the opponent out in the second half? Talking to the players this week, they said, that's great. Now we want to do that in the first half. They want to put together a complete game. So is that the key for today, Billy, getting off to a good start instead of waiting till the third quarter?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's on both sides of the ball, to tell you the truth, that East Carolina obviously wants to get off to a fast start offensively, and that's every game. You can look at any game in the history of football, and one of the keys to the game offensively is obviously getting off to a fast start. You always want to get your opponent behind the eight ball from the beginning, but nobody really talks about that defensively, about coming out and being aggressive and making a 3-and-out early on, getting the defense kind of flying around the football. So you're exactly right with that, is that the defense has to come and set the tone early on in this, because Temple's offense has been struggling mightily. They haven't, they're struggling to hit that 300-yard mark of total offense. And in college football these days, if you're not at least over the 300-yard mark in total offense, you're not going to win a whole lot of games, and especially in this conference. So East Carolina, if they can come out and set the tone defensively early, keep flying around the football, they've been very well stopping the run. On the back end, they had 3 interceptions last week. So the defensive secondary, those guys, the defense is playing with so much confidence right now. If they can just continue that, it'll be a long day for Temple's offense if East Carolina's defense continues to play like they have for the last, 4 weeks or so.
Today we've got a football game going on, also Military Appreciation Day. I saw the field paint yesterday with the Pirate State of Mind logo, and you've got the red, white, and blue, the stars and stripes on the logo. Looks absolutely awesome, and they're going to be doing things throughout the game to honor the military, and I know with your family, it's a special game, special day for you as well.
Yeah, it is. Military Appreciation Day has always meant a whole lot to me, because my dad was in the military as a military police officer. My son was an MP and in criminal investigations in the military. So it means a lot to me, to my family. And it just means a lot to me personally, because I take that seriously. I take our freedom and what this country stands for very personally, and especially where we live here in eastern North Carolina. I'm from the Virginia Beach area, and Norfolk Naval Base is the world's largest naval base, so I've been around the military my entire life and have always had a very fond appreciation for that. I get kind of choked up sometimes during Military Appreciation Day with, the national anthems. The times that we've had flyovers at Dowdy-Ficklen have been special. Seeing all the military members there during the game, honoring military members, there's nothing like it. It's really special. Earlier today I was on social media and saw some pictures of the field and the red, white, and blue Pirate State of Mind logo at midfield, and I showed my fiance Christy it, and just was so proud and just said to her, "Look how beautiful that is." And I mean, it's something that it's a very proud thing, and I'm glad we're doing it. So it's going to be a very special day at Dowdy-Ficklen.
And, with that also going on today, you'll have your Hall of Fame inductions, and the baseball team going to be getting their rings during the game. They're playing the Purple Gold World Series. In fact, day 2 of that started at 10:50 a.m., so might still be going on as they are playing some baseball out at Clark LeClaire. They'll be getting their rings, so kind of a lot of festivities surrounding this ECU Temple game today.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a very special, and it was special to see the Hall of Fame members inducted, and especially Ruffin McNeil, man, one of my all-time favorite coaches and just people on the face of this earth, man. There's nobody better than Ruffin McNeil, so it was nice to see that. It's going to be great to see, Coach Godwin and the players honored, and, Cam Colmore is a local kid. He's going to be out there. His dad, Tim, works with me over at Brown and Wood, and he's been glowing all week about that and talking about it. And, You notice how I threw that Brown and Wood plug in there, right?
Yeah, well done. You are a professional weave, no doubt about it. Billy will be here with us with our Brown and Wood drive of the game coming up after today's game on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. Let's get one of those early, Weave. Let's get a first quarter drive of the game. That'd be nice today.
Yeah, it would be nice because you know what, East Carolina this year has been able to score a lot of different ways, but if you look at their drive charts, a lot of them they've been scoring relatively quickly.
Yeah.
And of course, in the running game, you've got the with Keaton Mitchell, you've got the ability to hit big plays, and you never know when that guy's going to peel off an 80 or 90 yard run, and then you've got a 1 or 2 play drive for 95 yards for a touchdown, so you don't have long sustained drives a whole lot with East Carolina. But I think that would be good. On the flip side, that's kind of Temple's MO. They run a little slower offense. They don't run that quick, hurry-up, high-tempo offense like a lot of teams do in college football.
Right.
They're one of the few teams that kind of huddles now still. And, some of that kind of that old school, you go into a huddle, you go up to the line of scrimmage, and you kind of take your time. And they want to have long, methodical drives. But East Carolina on the other side wants to score quickly. So it'll be interesting to see the dynamics of both of these offenses today.
That's a good point. Temple going to try to shorten the game, control time of possession. We'll see how that plays out this afternoon at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. We appreciate you joining us, man. We'll see you after the game on the fifth quarter.
All right. Hopefully we're talking about a win, and hopefully there's a whole lot of positive vibes. Good Pirate positive vibes tonight.
All right, win number 5 on the line for East Carolina. Hopefully they can get it today. We'll be talking about it with you folks after the game on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. Thank you, Billy. We got a turnover in Chapel Hill. Boy, kind of looked like the North Carolina running back was down, but they ruled it a fumble on the field. Oh, I think his knee is on the defender's shoe. So the knee was not down. Either way, they ruled it, calling the field stands, a fumble. So now Wake Forest has it, and they are driving inside the North Carolina 30. No score between the Demon Deacons and the Tar Heels. We'll keep an eye on that one and all the games going on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. All right, let's take a break. When we return, we'll hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick. He went one-on-one with Jeff Charles. We'll look at the UB stat sheet, go over some offensive numbers as we get you set for East Carolina Temple. More to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulp of Mexico, a huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Hey Pirate fans, your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials is Shimmer Boutique. Need some purple and gold to wear? Shimmer has a great selection of clothing for men, women, and children. Need some shoes? Shimmer has the best selection of Hey Dudes around. Need a cooler for tailgating? Shimmer has you covered with a huge selection of Yeti and outdoor accessories. Shimmer, just 1 minute from the stadium on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville and Jacksonville. Find us online at shimmerboutiqueonline.com. Go Pirates!
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
I'm on site at the Gavigan Agency, and you guys have been taking care of my home and auto insurance for years, but I've been noticing that's not all you do.
First and foremost, Brian, thank you for trusting us to help you and your family with your insurance needs. And you're exactly right. We offer a full host of insurance products to help protect our customers' personal and business insurance needs. Let me introduce you to Nathan Brannon, our commercial insurance specialist, and he can tell you about some of the other products we offer.
Great to talk with you, Brian. As John mentioned, I specialize in offering general liability, commercial property, business auto, and workers' compensation insurance to independent contractors, small business owners, and larger commercial customers throughout eastern North Carolina. As a graduate of East Carolina University, I am passionate about taking care of my fellow pirates.
Wow, sounds like the Gavigan Agency can provide you just about any coverage a business owner might need. So give the Gavigan Agency a call today for any of your personal or business insurance needs and let them show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey everybody, this is David Glenn, and you're listening to my favorite station in eastern North Carolina, Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. You're listening now with the Pirate Radio scoreboard. Here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take a look at some of these scores going on at the noon kickoffs. Missouri has the ball at the 50-yard line in Athens. That game, however, is tied at 0, Georgia and Missouri. Ohio State has the ball, but they are knotted up with Nebraska 0-0. Wake Forest punches it in, but a penalty marker knocks them back out of the end zone, but they settle for a field goal, 3-0. The Demon Deacons lead it over the Tar Heels in Chapel Hill. Ole Miss has a 7-0 lead over Liberty. Minnesota trails Illinois 7-0, and then Duke trails Pittsburgh 6-0. I think extra point is good, so that is 7-0 Pittsburgh over the Blue Devils. And that has been a look at the Buccaneer scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates and ENC. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now, during football season, has food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule at the Buccaneer Music Hall, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck. Can you, when we do the scoreboards, just acknowledge that you're Chandler Honeycutt filling in for Shirley Rhodes?
No, I'm Shirley Rhodes.
All right, fine. Thank you, Shirley. Wes Hines here as well on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road. Great spot for breakfast and lunch. They hooked us up with some breakfast biscuits today. Sausage, egg, and cheese. Wes, you've doubled down. Did you go sausage twice?
I did, but it was sausage, egg, and cheese on toast.
Okay, a little variety.
Yes.
The variety is the spice of life. So
yes.
You've gone with the sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit and the sausage, egg, and cheese on toast. And was that link sausage as well?
It was.
Man, I am a link over patty guy. How about you?
I like either or.
Well, sure, yeah.
If you had to choose, which one?
Give me Patty.
Patty Mills over here.
Hey, we got
we got Patty Mill. We got Patty over here.
I'm Link from The Legend of Zelda over here.
We got Patty Hines over here.
Because I'm a big Link sausage guy, but that was awesome. The cheese is like the cheese they use in the cheese biscuit, so it's like it's awesome. Check out CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road. Let's take a look and listen to Donnie Kirkpatrick, ECU offensive coordinator, as the Pirates get set to take on the Temple Owls. And we'll pull up some numbers here momentarily on the UBE stat sheet, brought to you by UBE, an ECU tradition for over 50 years. You can shop online at the new and improved pirateware.com. Also check them out. Maybe you can find a parking spot if you're heading in right now. There's plenty of parking across the street as well, because UBE is rocking and rolling on a game day Saturday. They have the biggest and best selection of ECU sportswear and accessories for Pirates of all ages. Every day is game day at UBE, and today is literally game day at UBE. The ECU offense is putting up 28 points per contest, averaging 162 yards on the ground, 262 through the air for a total of 425 yards. We have to give out this stat every week, unfortunately, on the UBE stat sheet. The Pirates are 26% on third downs.
Yeah, but it makes up for it on fourth.
They are 32 of 121 on third downs this year. On fourth downs, the Pirates are 70%, 16 to 23. They've been really good on fourth down.
Kind of balances it out, I guess.
Maybe, I don't know. You gotta
do better on third down.
I need to see that at least like 30%. I mean, 35 would be nice. Sam Howell looked to be down. They say he wasn't. He scrambles to the Wake Forest 20. And that play might be reviewed. We'll see. East Carolina's offense taking on a Temple team that has had trouble stopping teams these last three games. Even in their win over Memphis, they gave up 31 points in the 34-31 win. Let's hear what Donnie Kirkpatrick had to say this week as he went one-on-one with the voice, Jeff Charles.
Well, visit now with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. And, Coach, let's talk about Temple's defense. What do you see?
You know, Temple tough is one of their sayings, and obviously it fits them. They're big and strong. They do like to play a physical game. I think the biggest challenge probably is it's a different scheme than we've played all year long. It has some similarities to South Florida and maybe Tulsa last year, but they're doing a lot of different things with it. The fits are different, so figuring that out and getting our guys in the flow of things is probably the big challenge. So then got to play a physical game or you're not going to have a chance to move the ball on them.
Coach, let's talk about last week. The guys really caught fire, especially in that second half. I know you had to be pleased.
You know, I thought we played one of the best games we've played. I thought in the first half we, gave it kind of away. Fumbles on the kickoff, return. Had a good drive going to start the game. Came off the 4-yard line, really moving the ball. Had a fumble on a first down play. Half-yard line, we messed it up down there as well. So halftime we were frustrated, but we were encouraged that we really were playing well. Kids put that behind them. Second half, I thought we were very, very efficient. It was a low possession game. We had 10 possessions. The 10th possession, we ran the clock out and down the ball. So you had really 9 true possessions in there. At one time, we scored 4 straight times in a row. Now, I would like to have gotten a few more touchdowns, a few less field goals. We had a missed field goal in there as well. So still a lot of things to improve on, but I think the kids gained confidence from that. It was a good win.
I was talking with Coach Houston about this, Donnie, and we talked about Raji Harris. Last year, about this time, he really started to find his niche, and he really started to grind out those games. And he likes to play against USF. He's had back-to-back 100-yard games against the Bulls, and good to see him have a good one last week.
Yeah, I told him Sunday in the meeting after the game that we're going to play South Florida every week. So just keep that kind of mindset because he seems to really come out of his shell when we play those guys. But, yeah, he's a good player, and he's having a good season, you know what I'm saying? The expectation obviously is very high for him after coming off that great freshman year. You see that sometimes in that sophomore year, but he's playing really well. It was good to get him going. We'll be really, really leaning on him the rest of the season.
Tyler Sneed was the guy early, and he still is, but now he's getting some help from C.J. Johnson and Adion Mutosho, so it's nice to see Holton be able to spread the ball around a little bit.
Yeah, I think, our whole structure is we'd like to be balanced. We'd like to get a lot of guys involved in that, and Sneed's always going to be there. We're always going to plan things for him and try to get him the ball. A lot of times the other teams know that, and they try to take that away. It was really good to get C.J. going. C.J. had a huge game, a lot of big catches, really got us off the goal line on 2 different situations there. So, and he plays well. Holton has a lot of confidence, obviously, in him. Adi's playing the best football of his career right now. We really look for him to continue that.
Coach, let's talk about Holton. His RPO execution, his short passing game execution seems to be pretty good these days.
Yeah, I really thought Holton had one of his best games. It was the most accurate throwing game I thought that he had. We had 6 drop balls in there that really could have made it look more statistically that way. The numbers weren't gawky, but I thought it was the best decision-making that he had. I thought he was the most accurate. Sometimes you have completions, but the ball throws are not exactly accurate. These throws were right dead on the money, gave the receivers great chances to run with the ball. So right now he seems rested. He seems healthy. He seems really into this. Right now he's giving us great leadership. We're going to need him to keep playing like that. I think he will.
Coach, you've had to move some guys around on the offensive line. I know Sean Bailey has gone from one side to the other, and Fernando Fry has also played both center and guard. Do you think, barring any more injuries, you're kind of set now with these guys, or is it kind of just a work in progress every week?
You know, it's really been a work in progress. I told Coach Shankweiler this week, they don't pay you enough. I don't know how you're finding a way to shuffle those cards around. Like you say, just injuries. It's been a 3-year deal. We can't find the solution to not getting the guys hurt. It's a tough place to play, but they've all had to play multiple positions. It's been hard to get that chemistry, and that continuity because of that. Luckily, we got about 7 or 8 guys, though, and they have been able to be multiple and play different positions. That's probably going to have to happen the rest of the season.
Coach, how about Rob Vanderlyn at right tackle? Is he getting any closer to getting back on the field?
No, I tell you what, we really thought that he would have been back by now. He's had a couple of setbacks, and it's just been one of those tough things. So we've really missed him in there, and that's part of the wear and tear that we haven't been able to rest or sub enough. So guys have probably played too many plays. Then you go through all the practices, and it just gets them wore down a little bit. So the depth is an issue right now, but luckily we've got some guys that are versatile enough, and they're really football playing type guys, so they're willing to do whatever you ask them to do.
How about Zach Bird at tight end? He's been a little banged up.
Zach's got a hand injury, and he got the stitches removed this week. It'll probably be another week or 2, though, before they'll release him to play. So the tight end room, one short right now. Aaron Jarman getting a little more play because of that. We're going to lean on Ryan and Shane, though, anyhow, and I think 3's enough.
Coach, a key or 2, what's it going to take for your offense to move the ball and score some points against Temple's D?
We'll have to play physical because that's their game. They're going to hunker down with some big, strong guys. So we're going to have to really be in a physical mindset, which is what we would like to do anyhow. And then the other thing is just that don't beat ourselves with it be turnovers the last 2 weeks is what's really taking the points off the board. So if we can eliminate those turnovers, we can play physical this week. We should have a good day.
That's ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
All right, thank you, Jeff and Donnie Kirkpatrick there talking about the offensive game plan for the Pirates today, and also looking back over the Orthopedics East injury report. Pirates got a lot of guys banged up. That tackle position has just been a nightmare for East Carolina this year with Bailey Malovic and Rob Vanderlyn out, and Noah Henderson not 100%, but the guys are fighting through all the injuries so far this season. Chandler, do you have something?
Oh, no, I was just going to say Ole Miss is on top of Liberty 77-0, but the Flames are driving. They're inside the 15 looking to score. It's 3rd down and 10.
North Carolina scored against Wake Forest. 7-3 is that score as they went right down the field after Wake Forest field goal. And we just had a headshot. Sam Hartman trying to deliver a pass right into the dome of the referee on the field, taking his hat off. And it was a funny sight. Ref's okay. Everybody's good to go. But Wake Forest now backed up 3rd and 15 as they're going to try to keep pace. There should be a lot of points scored in this one, and right now North Carolina up 7-3, and Sam Hartman finds a wide open receiver at the 45. As this one, I don't know if this is going to be like Wake Army from a couple weeks ago, where they had over 100 points, but should be a lot in this one. K-State with an early 7-0 lead over Kansas, and Missouri fans take a picture of the scoreboard. Missouri up 3-0 on Georgia halfway through the first quarter.
The chip shot field goal for Liberty is no good, so the score remains 7-0. Ole Miss in the lead.
Love to see it. All right, let's take a timeout. We will come back when we return. What are we going to do? Oh, we're going to hear from Ryan Wallen of Owls 24/7, owlsdaily.com. Spoke with him earlier this week on Pirate Radio Live. He talked about what's going on right now with the Temple Owls football program. Also, I wanted to know what went right on that day they beat Memphis, because we don't want a repeat of that today at Dowdy Ficklen Stadium. So you'll hear from the Temple perspective when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're back with you after this.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
There's no better time to drive away with a quality pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Greenville Auto World. Greenville Auto World is your authorized rough country dealer. We specialize in lift and leveling kits along with custom wheel packages. Whether you're looking for ground clearance or enhancing the appearance of your vehicle, trust our team for your off-road experience. Greenville Auto World, 3840 South Charles Boulevard across from Hardee's at Bell's Fork, or online at greenvilleautoworld.net.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, football is back, just how you remembered it. Tailgates with an ice-cold Pepsi in hand? Totally back. That between-play sprint to the fridge for more Pepsi is back, baby. I really miss this. Anyways, consider this your official excuse for always putting football watching first, courtesy of Pepsi. That haircut appointment? Your mom told us you look great, so you should probably reschedule. Seeing the in-laws for the first time in ages.
It's been so long.
Nope, sorry, Susan. Not if it's on Sunday. Long story short, after the year we've all had, we think you could use a little football watching. So crack open a Pepsi and cheer your football watching face off. With love, Pepsi. Made for football watching. That's what I like.
Hi, this is Billy Parker at Parker's Barbecue. Did you know that we have party rooms at our Memorial Drive location? We can accommodate parties from 10 to 110, or anything in between. We can serve family-style buffet or order off the menu. Parker's Barbecue. Come celebrate with us.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Holiday time is precious. Save time and fly local at flypgv.com. Book today on American Airlines at PGV and enjoy the friendly convenience of flying from your local airport. American Airlines and PGV. Book now at flypgv.com. PGV, where the pirates fly.
Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and team up with Quality Equipment, your local John Deere dealer and proud sponsor of the ECU Pirates. When you do business with us, you'll get things done right. We're proud to offer a large selection of new and used John Deere equipment, a fully stocked parts department, and a highly trained staff who is here to support you throughout the life of your equipment. So get quality done right before every ECU game day and visit QualityEquip.com.
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back to the show for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, about halfway through the first quarter in Chapel Hill, it is Wake Forest 10, North Carolina 7. Live total sitting right now at 84.5. So
good Lord,
expecting a lot of points there. And that one, and we've already seen 17 in about 8 minutes in the first quarter. Some other scores: Army and Air Force are scoreless. Kansas State up 7-3 on Kansas. Mississippi tacks on a field goal. It is Ole Miss 10, Liberty nothing. The Skippers, Louisiana Tech and UAB, tied at 7 apiece. Missouri, with 2 minutes left to go in the first quarter, have a 3-0 lead over Georgia. and Ohio State is scoreless with Nebraska. So a couple of top teams there having some issues, at least early on in the first quarter. We'll keep an eye on everything going on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Dubuck. All right, let's now hear the Temple perspective on this game as I talked to Ryan Wallen earlier this week from Owls 24/7, owlsdaily.com. You can check it out if you want to know more about today's opponent. And here's part of our conversation from earlier this week as we talked about what's going on currently with this Temple football team. This was a game that Pirate fans dreaded for years because Temple had East Carolina's number, and finally the Pirates were able to get the Temple monkey off the back last year in Philadelphia in a weird game, a game that was delayed, a game where Temple was down to their fourth or fifth quarterback. And East Carolina didn't apologize for beating Temple that day, no matter how much adversity was going through the Temple program at the time. But now you look at this game, East Carolina is a 16-point favorite against the Temple Owls. Things have changed really quickly with all the coaching turnover there. It was kind of bound to happen for the Owls, and for the Pirates, it appears they might be on the way up with Mike Houston. So this series has kind of turned around quickly, at least going into this one on Saturday, Ryan.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like you mentioned before, this and since these two teams joined the American Conference, Temple had owned the Pirates. I remember, back in 2014, I believe it was that the Pirates came to Philadelphia ranked. Temple knocked them off, and that really started the upturn of the Owls in the American Conference and kind of the downfall of East Carolina at that point as well. But you're totally right that last year's game, it was finally time for the Pirates to get back, and what a perfect time it was for them. A perfect situation dealing with considering the circumstances of the situation that Temple was dealing with pregame and just going on within the program those last couple weeks of the 2020 season with playing upwards of only 45 scholarship players in those games, like you mentioned. Fifth-string quarterback starting that game for the Owls, who was a true freshman walk-on at the time. This game on Saturday, obviously, a little different circumstances. Pending, knock on wood, nothing happens between now and then, but a little different. Pirates, obviously, like you mentioned, on the upswing, it looks like, that obviously have a case that they probably could be 7-1 right now instead of 4-4. But things have happened the way they did for them, but they're still looking like they're finally turning the corner. Temple, on the other hand, on the downswing, like you mentioned, coaching turnover kind of played a factor in that. Just turnover in the program, injuries again this season playing a big factor in Temple's lack of success, as well as just not playing up to the standards that people had expected them to during the preseason.
Ryan, you now get to the point in the season where, and both of these teams are still, mathematically alive for a bowl game. East Carolina needing to win 2, Temple needing to win 3. So you've still got that carrot on the end of the stick for the Owls. But you go, 52-3 against Cincinnati, 34-14 loss to South Florida, and then a 49-7 loss to Central Florida. If you're, looking at this from the ECU perspective, you're hoping that Temple is about ready to pack it in here late in the year. Now, the flip side of that is they practice even harder. They're even hungrier. They still see that they have opportunities out there to get a few wins. If they can beat East Carolina, Tulsa, Navy, boom, you got your 6 wins. You're in a bowl game. So still a lot to play for on that side. But is there any concern there, Ryan, on the Temple end that the guys might be ready to just be done with 2021? How much of a concern is that right now?
Yeah, I think that from the fan perspective, I think fans are to that point where they believe that, some of these guys have given up on the year. But I think knowing some of the guys on the team personally, I don't think that's the case at all. Like you mentioned, they're still mathematically alive for a bowl bid, and they have 3 of their final 4 games seem to be at least attainable for a win. Like you mentioned, the 3 games that I would say are the most likely is ECU, Navy, Tulsa, with the exception being that of Houston. But, it's just the matter of fact that Temple, it's in a weird spot right now, and the fans are not happy with the job that Coach Rod Carey has done since taking over the program 2 years ago after the 18-day tenure of Manny Diaz and after the departure of Jeff Collins. They feel like he inherited a team that had a decent amount of talent, and this is a team now that has had such roster turnover, and that Kerry has had to recruit and fill those gaps, that this is mostly his guys now, and they're just not performing up to standards. So I think that, yes, there's obviously concern that this is going to be a second straight year where Temple's not going to become bowl eligible, and they're not going to be playing in the postseason. And for Temple over the last decade, that kind of has become the norm, and that's been expected. So when you're underperforming, especially in a city like Philadelphia, which we know has a very rich, passionate fan base, I think that there's concern there for the outlook of this program. There's concern that this team's not in a good spot, and that's why they possibly didn't have a chance to get a P5 invite, or that they didn't get a chance to really step up on this national stage like a Cincinnati has done or a UCF has done, and that's all been due to the circumstances that have gone on the past couple seasons at Temple.
Talking to Ryan Wallen from 24/7 Sports, covering the Temple Owls. And Ryan, when you look at, I want to ask you about this one: 34-31 over Memphis earlier this year. What went right in that game, and how does Temple bottle that up again and put it on display Saturday against East Carolina? Because clearly something was going right that day for the Owls.
There was, and I think early in that game it was not going right for Temple. Actually, they fell down 17-0 to the Tigers in that game early in the second quarter, and it looked like it was heading down that path of being a blowout game, similar to at that point in the season the Owls had suffered against Rutgers and Boston College. But Temple just somehow they got some stuff going on offense. They got a key turnover deep in Memphis territory, and they were able to capitalize on that. They get a field goal before the half to tie it, and then in the second half they just came out and they made some stops on defense, and again they got another key turnover down when Memphis was driving deep in Temple territory. They took that ball and they prevented them from scoring there, and they were able to ultimately hang on for that win. And I think the thing that Temple did in that game probably better than that they had in any game this year, other than the games against Akron and Wagner, because those two teams, I would say, are not on the same level as some of the other teams Temple has played this year. They were able to stop the run. And we know Memphis has two very good running backs, in Brandon Taylor, and I forget the other guy's name, but two very solid running backs, and they were able to shut them down. And, considering that they also had Calvin Austin, they took him away from the equation in that Memphis offense, and they were able to get to Seth Hennigan at quarterback for Memphis, and that's just something they haven't really been able to do, especially the last 3 weeks. You mentioned those 3 blowout losses to Cincinnati, USF, and UCF. I think that's what ultimately they did well in that game, was they just played better defense, and that has not since been the case.
That is Ryan Wallen from Owls 24/7, owlsdaily.com, the struggling Temple Owls football program coming to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium today. You have, if you've been paying attention to the coaches, to even the players, there's been a lot of, we got to take this game seriously. It's like they're trying to speak it into existence. And really, if you're East Carolina and the way they've been the last few years, you got to take every game seriously, obviously. So hopefully that has been hammered home this week, that right now you can't take anybody lightly. Pirates are, and I haven't looked today, but at last check, a 16-point favorite in this game. And for East Carolina, they can't just afford to put the ball on the tee, roll it out there, and think they're going to steamroll anybody. We saw it earlier this year, of course, with Charleston Southern at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, and they were down 14-0. You get down 14-0 to Temple today, you might not be able to come back the way they did against Charleston Southern. So need it right from the opening kickoff at 3 o'clock today at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. When we return, we will hear from some Pirate players We'll start with Fernando Fry, ECU offensive lineman. If we have time, Tyler Sneed and Miles Berry as well. We'll hear what they had to say earlier this week. That's on the way when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Hour number 1, hour number 2, I should say, rolls on after this.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out. Like screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure you have the best comfortable shoes this tailgate season with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you on the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us on Greenville Boulevard in the public shopping center right near the stadium. Be sure to run with us on Facebook and Instagram. Fleet Feet, we run for you. Go Pirates!
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an auto owner's independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with auto owner's insurance.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
At West Park Motor Company, customer satisfaction is the #1 goal while offering a wide range of cars, trucks, and SUVs at very competitive prices. Shop online at westparkmotorcompany.com right now to get started. Looking to sell your vehicle? Call West Park for a free appraisal. West Park is willing to pay more for your car or truck than the next dealer. West Park Motor Company, with locations in Greenville and Washington, and proud courtesy car dealer for the Pirates for over a decade. Go Pirates! At Union Bank, we understand you live life on the go. That's why our banking options are designed to serve you, wherever you are. If you want to meet us in person at one of our local branches, complete banking tasks on the go from the mobile app, or bank from your office with convenient remote deposit and cash management services, we're everywhere you need us to be. Whether you're simply managing a busy schedule or an entire business, we're right there with you with personalized service and helpful tools. Call or visit us online at unionbanknc.com. Union Bank is a member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
It's bow time. You've probably heard folks say, don't call it a comeback. But at Bojangles, we don't like to beat around the bush. So when the sizzling, savory pork chop griller's back in all its tender, marinated chili lime glory, and you can get a pork chop griller combo for just $4.59, go ahead, call it a comeback. Get a legendary pork chop griller combo for just $4.59. Only at Bojangles. It's bow time.
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, Office Coordinator for ECU Football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed.
Back into the show. And instead of Shirley Rhodes, I am Chandler Honeycutt with a scoreboard update.
What the hell's going on?
I'm just playing what's in the card.
What is happening?
I'm just playing what was in the folder.
Sorry, Chandler, go ahead.
No, you're good. Georgia up 9-3 as they start the second quarter there in Athens over Missouri. Nebraska and Ohio State still knotted up at 0 apiece. North Carolina 14, Wake Forest 10 with 2 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Wake Forest has the ball and is driving. Liberty finds themselves down 17-0 against Ole Miss. 3:13 to go in the second quarter there. Illinois up 14-0 against number 20 Minnesota. 11:14 to go in the second quarter. And then Pittsburgh down 7-12 against Duke. That quarter has just now ended, and that has been a look at the Buccaneer scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in ENC. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season has food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule, and we'll see ya at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brook.
All right, rocking a little classical music. That'll get the football fans fired up for game day.
That won't play again.
It won't? Oh, okay.
Come on.
I can't wait to see what's next, to be honest with you. All right. So we're going to have to huddle up during the next break and get things right for the second half of the show. We're going into the locker room a little rusty here. So
What we did was we fumbled at the goal line and went down 14-6 going into the half. That's exactly what what happened right there.
The classical music was one thing. Any thoughts on what transpired right after that with 8 different sounds played at once?
I got so frustrated. Looking at you,
looking at me.
Yeah, I'm looking at you. I played the music, yes, but it come out of the folder that said pregame tailgate music, and I'm like, okay, I guess this is what we're supposed to play.
All right, we'll try to rectify that situation moving forward.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Well, got a little classical music going on.
Donnie, you always want to win the middle 8.
That's right.
Going into halftime and coming out of halftime, what happened there?
Well, we went with a little classical movement. We're going to try to go with a little rock and roll when we come back from halftime. We'll see. We'll try to give it to Rajay a little bit, and we'll just have to go with it there.
All right.
Go with the flow.
Easy mixing your Donnie K with Mark Lindsay there a little bit.
Oh, for sure. If any. Well,
turkeys.
Well, your turkeys got cooked up a little bit for sure. Well.
All right. Let's hear from Fernando Fry, ECU offensive lineman. He met with the media earlier this week. Please.
Fernando, a couple extra days off this week. Were you able to get in any reps at center with Holton now that you're number 2 on the depth chart there as well?
Oh, yeah. I got all the extra reps, but it's nothing crazy for me. I played a center all last year, so I got plenty of reps last year, too.
Fernando, as a Pennsylvania guy, do you get excited about playing Temple, or is it just another game?
I guess it doesn't really matter who we play or where we play. I just playing for ECU, and whoever we got to go against is who we got to go against.
What do you remember about last year's game against them?
I was really mad about the whole COVID situation. That was a little irritating, but other than that, it was a good game. It was a fun game. I think we can improve on that from last year to this year, though.
How much continuity would you say there is now compared to back then, and how much have you guys grown even from that moment last year to now?
Well, since Houston's got here, the culture's been changing, the locker room's changed. We've definitely bonded as a team a lot more from then. Just having a lot of the same guys, we've been young, we've been a young team, so just growing together and learning the same system together has allowed us to come together a lot better, and you can see that as an offense and a defense this last year.
Team's getting better and better every week, it seems like. Talk about the importance of kind of keeping it rolling.
Yeah, so I think if you look at our past years, you've seen that we've played significantly better week by week, and that just comes with, the consistency of working together and learning the system, and defenses change here and there. As coming from an offense perspective, they change here and there, but then nothing's really too much different. You just kind of learn from the last week before that, how are they different? Are they 4 down front, 3 down front? And you just kind of see how they line up. And it's easier to learn as the season goes on. And I think for all the other positions, it's the same way. So I think that's why we get better throughout the season.
Fernando, as a lineman, when you have a game like you had against South Florida where it's rainy, it's nighttime, is that kind of like your environment, like you just want to go out there and maul as a line?
Yeah, I like playing in the rain. It's fun. It's definitely different. It brings a different little atmosphere to the game. A little bit of adversity to play through, and you're going to have to run the ball a little bit more than likely, because catching and throwing can be a little harder when it's wet.
What about Temple really gets your attention, grabs your attention, if anything?
The defense this year. They switched it up from their traditional 4 down front. They got a little different scheme going on that we're going to have to adjust to, and that's going to be the biggest difference, I think, this year. But they still have, ball players, and they got a lot of guys that, got good size to them, good speed, and so, they're no different than any other team we've played this year, other than a different scheme.
You've got a couple of days of a jump on that in that regard. What do they do differently in terms of the three-man front?
So they're just they used to play more of a 4 down front, and they still have that, but they've mainly changed over to a 3 down front with their big guys, I guess, on the line.
And does that compare to anybody else that you've played so far?
It's slightly different, but not really.
Okay.
Fernando, this team has made a point to focus on mental health and holding each other up and being accountable to each other. How's that helped the team gel?
Just like you said, we hold each other accountable and we're there for each other. I think we're a lot closer than we have been. So, I've been able to reach out to a lot of the guys, and I feel like everyone's really comfortable with reaching out to each other, if they have something going on, and in that regards, I guess.
Do you guys feel like as a team y'all have reached a point where, I know it's cliche to say, hey, it's all about us and how we perform, but truly now, with the level you guys are at, if y'all go out and execute, y'all can win any game at this point?
That's how I feel. I truly believe that. It all comes down to execution, and I think we have the guys, and we have the energy and the effort from our guys. It's just we need to all come together and execute them and eliminate the most mental mistakes, I guess I would say.
All right, Fernando Fry there, East Carolina offensive lineman who has played a lot of different positions throughout his career, and this year filling in for injuries at that offensive line spot. We still have interviews with Tyler Snead and Miles Berry. We'll get to those later on in today's program. When we return, Hour 3, we are at halftime. A little more upbeat music here.
Where's the classical music?
Made some adjustments at the half, and we're going to move forward with a strong third and fourth quarter. 2 hours still to come on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Stephen Igo joins us when we return. We'll also get a tailgate check-in with Troy D out of the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. That's on the way when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Do you suffer from pain, anxiety, or sleeping issues? Eastern Healthcare has a solution for you. Eastern Healthcare is the premier CBD store with retailer quality products to help with any ailment you might have. They carry nationally recognized brands such as Curative's Delta 8, CBD Distillery, and Charlotte's Web with a wide variety of delivery systems.
This is Adam from Eastern Healthcare. Come visit our store at 2245 Stantonburg Road across from Vidant Hospital or call 227-4199. Eastern Healthcare. Wellness starts here.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Not only will we feature a great selection of pre-owned inventory for sale, but we'll also buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one from us. Drive a little, save a lot. Give us a call and make a short trip to Washington and let us buy your vehicle today. It is totally worth it. We also service all makes and models at our state-of-the-art service department. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington, and WashingtonChryslerDodgeJeepRam.com. Remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
Anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those, but anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
Your power's out. There's a water leak. What do? For these and other utility-related emergencies, you need service, and you want it fast. There are two things you can do to get the quickest response if you're a GUC customer. First, you can call the hotline at 1-855-767-2482 and report any utility-related emergency. That number is also on GUC.com. Or second, you can give GUC your phone number. The hotline process is quickest when their account records have your current phone number. Service you can count on. Greenville Utilities. Hey, Troy D here for my friends at Villa Verde. If you know me, you know I love being outside, but finding a good place to eat outside can sometimes be tough. Well, our pals at Villa Verde have fixed that. Not only does Villa Verde have awesome, unique, one-of-a-kind dishes here in Greenville, they also have a brand new outside dining area. And this outside area is sweet. It's covered, you're in the shade, and cooling fans are on. Enjoy the comfort and relaxation of dining outside with our friends at Villa Verde. Villa Verde on 10th Street, a platform for good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back to the show. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 to 6. And of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show on game days. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Flip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you. Hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, halfway home, getting you set for a 3 o'clock kickoff. Skies are gray, but not that bad outside right now as we get ready for East Carolina and Temple. Stephen Igo shows me that I'm wearing the same thing Mike Houston was wearing earlier this week during a press conference. Actually, I got this from the ECU football program.
Oh, yeah?
As a thank you for cutting some voiceovers. I guess I was fired after 2 weeks of that job.
Right.
I didn't hear back from him. But I got some cool gear along the way. So
as long as you got the free gear.
I know.
I mean,
I'll take it.
And now you have the same gear that ECU's head coach has. So, I mean, that's pretty badass.
Next year for Halloween, I'll go as Mike Houston. I'll have an opportunity to do that coming up next year. Chandler Honeycutt enjoying a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich from CD's Grill.
Hey, never do that again, please.
I enjoyed a biscuit on the way here. I wanted to get it while it was hot, so I took the biscuit out of the bags that I had for the Pirate Radio crew and ate it on the way here. That's the way to go.
Good for you. I'm enjoying.
Good for you.
I'm enjoying a linked sausage, egg, and cheese.
I go, you a sausage or a bacon man?
I like sausage on the with egg on a sandwich. I feel like the bacon does not resonate if you're eating like a sandwich with egg. You just don't get that true bacon taste. Like I like bacon by itself.
Interesting. Okay, I like your thought. Good, thoughtful answer.
Yeah.
There. You really gave a good answer. Plenty of food in the back. I go.
I'm about to go grub some in this interview.
Grub some.
And if you're like,
why say grab and grub when you can just use grub as the verb? I like that.
And if you're like Troy D, you want your bacon crispy.
That's right. I'm more of I like mine a little on the soft side. Yeah.
You're a softie?
I'm a softie when it comes to bacon.
I gotta have it hard.
Lame.
Double cook it. I'm gonna step out.
Gotta have it hard, man.
Double cook Wes's bacon. All right, let's Igo his head to the back or out the front door as we go to the Fixed NC Live line and talk to Troy D out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. He joins us. Troy, what's going on?
Well, it might be the first thing I agree with Wes about. Crispy bacon is the way to go. There's no doubt about it. So good call, Wes. Glad to have you in studio with us today. And thanks to CD's Grill for their support, obviously, for you guys in the studio. We're out here at the Tailgate Zone, out of the shadow of Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. And good news, guys. I just checked the weather forecast. Looks like the rain now is going to hold off till about the 8 p.m. hour. So I think we're going to get this game in with no rain. It is overcast, guys. I will tell you maybe the bad news is you better bundle up if you're coming out here because it's not as cold temperature-wise, but the wind has been gusting all day and will probably continue to gust with this nor'easter kicking off our coast. It is definitely a chilly, cold weather condition game for us. So I've got the hoodie on. I've got the ski jacket. I had to break out the gloves for the first time in maybe a year. So I'm just warning you, it's cold, but it's dry. So that's the good news. No rain. We're having a great time out here at the Tailgate Zone. Thanks to our buddy Dave. We're cooking up. Man, this is one of the best spreads we've had. We got homemade chili. We got a huge spread, we've got the crack mac and cheese, they're calling it. It's so good. The homemade biscuits. This is definitely a great cold weather food event for us. But with food, you got to have drinks. And, man, do we have some great drinks. Thanks to Carolina Eagle Distributors, better known as Bud Light, Budweiser, and, of course, our title sponsor of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. And let's welcome in. He's royalty around here. He's Russ. He's the owner and general manager of Carolina Eagle Distributors, who is the proprietor of Bud Light and Budweiser here throughout eastern North Carolina. Great to have you as our guest today. Thank you for what you do for the Pirate Nation, and more importantly, your support of Pirate Radio, Russ.
Absolutely. I appreciate the invite, and it's nice to see a lot of people out here supporting. Weather's kind of cold, but, we need as much fan support as we can to get this win today before we play Cincinnati in a couple of weeks.
You guys have, obviously, people enjoy your products all over the country, but you started serving it in the stadium a year or so ago. How has that gone for you guys providing beer in the stadium for folks?
Well, let's just put it this way. We sold more beer during the South Carolina game than we did all last year. So it's great. We've got to have fans in the stands being able to consume our products. We brought a couple of different items back out, Wicked Weed, Pernicious, and been able to get that product out there to give somebody a little bit more flavor offerings. And then, obviously, we've got Michelob Ultra and Bud Light.
Well, and proud to serve those products at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, as always, going on 19 years now here at the Tailgate Zone in our partnership with Budweiser and Bud Light. Thank you for what you guys do. Great to see you, as always, and enjoy the game. And, by the way, thank you for what you guys do with the military. I know you guys, this is a military appreciation game. You guys heavily involved in that, too.
Absolutely. We spend a lot and stuff for Folds of Honor. Anheuser-Busch has donated $118 million towards Folds of Honor Fund, which what that does is it funds all of the scholarships for fallen soldiers. And right now it's 3,600 scholarships. We do have some recipients available for Pitt County, so we look forward to rewarding those scholarships as we go forward.
Russ, great stuff. Thanks again for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Cliff, we got a great crowd out here, too, early. It was, I would say, maybe a late arriving crowd for the tailgate areas, but now things have really picked up. So I'm not quite sure what the crowd will be like at the game officially. I know some people were scared off by the forecast of rain yesterday, but as I said, the good news is looks like the rain's going to hold off. So the tailgate has definitely picked up, and great environment out here outside Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, we'll check in with you coming up in the 2 o'clock hour. Troy D. out of the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, and a lot of great Carolina Eagle distributing beverages out there, Bud Light, Budweiser, and those products. North Carolina converts on a 4th and 7, and they keep the ball down 3, 17-14, that score at Kenan Stadium. 11 minutes left to go in the second quarter. K-State scores again. They're up 14-3 on Kansas. Right now, Georgia has a 16-3 lead in the second quarter over Mizzou. Duke is leading Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was a 21-point favorite, I believe. Duke up 19-14 in that game. And SMU and Memphis, that's a weird one. I go scoreless with 4 minutes left to go in the first half.
Yeah, I watched the whole first quarter, and both teams had extended drives, and the Memphis quarterback, or the SMU quarterback, just dropped the ball, leading to a fumble recovery as he tried to throw it, and then he pulled a Blake Kemp, basically. If you can visualize it. And then SMU blocked like a 25-yard field goal. So both teams missed a scoring opportunity that took up the whole first quarter. Memphis got their quarterback back today, Seth Hennigan, so ECU will go into a tough game next weekend. I would imagine Memphis will be favored regardless of what happens today, but because they're pretty good at home.
Ole Miss, not known for their defense, shutting out Liberty right now. 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter, 17-0. That score, and somebody will eventually score for Army and Air Force, but right now that is 0-0 in the third quarter. All those scores courtesy of the Buccaneer Music Hall, Da Buck.
Da Buck.
Igo, you said you were going to wear your Teddy Two Glove shirt today.
Yeah.
You did not, but you are wearing a nice Broncos colored shirt. I like that.
Yeah. Nice polo blue and orange shirt. So, yeah, breaking out the fall attire, the long sleeve. I'm more of a long sleeve dress up person than a short sleeve dress up person. Usually I go flip-flops and shorts as long as possible.
Me too.
But, no, I mean, it's the last chance I have to wear it probably on the radio for a while because they're going to get smoked by the Cowboys this weekend.
Yeah.
But then they play the Eagles next weekend, so I'm thinking that's probably a win at home, and then I'll break it out then. But it's an awesome shirt. It's like a teddy bear wearing 2 gloves, walking with swag and a necklace. So it's a pretty sick shirt.
All right. Chandler is shaking his head over there. We got a lot of Teddy haters that are Panthers.
I just have to wear it before he's benched or traded.
Yeah.
What a beautiful ceremony for Peyton Manning, by the way.
Is that a joke or what?
Nah, I just watched the ceremony last night.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean he is the Broncos Ring of Famer.
I watched Manning Night Football on Monday. Great as always.
When is Cam Newton's?
He'll be in there if you're trying to be smart.
Is he a Hall of Famer or is he just a Panthers Hall of Famer?
He'll probably be.
He's got to be a Panther.
He'll be in the Panther Ring of Honor.
Yeah. All right. I go. Good grief! Is he going to have a statue?
Nah, probably not.
If he would have won the Super Bowl, maybe.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this? Are you just?
I was on the Panthers beat then, so I mean we're just having a conversation. I mean, you guys been talking about ECU Temple for like 2 hours already. I mean, what more is there to say?
True.
I'm just coming here to eat.
Broncos Panthers. I watched that one in my house, but I watched Broncos Seahawks Super Bowl with Igo.
That was a beatdown.
That was the worst experience of my life.
It's bad when like you can't even ever get excited during the game.
The first snap of the game was the dang fumble over the head safety, and like there was no positive moments at all.
I wonder how many times during Peyton Manning's career that happened. Maybe one.
Maybe his rookie season. And that was about it.
So anyway, all right. There's some good NFL talk for you. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll get Igo's thoughts on ECU and Temple. Also coming up later this hour, we'll hear from Double B Brian Bailey. He joins us at around 1:30. More to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're back with you after this.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's Bostic Sugg Furniture's 84th anniversary. Since 1937, Bostic Sugg has built a legacy based on quality furniture, value, and exceptional customer service. Get anniversary savings up to 15% off store-wide, plus 6 months special financing on brands like Lazy Boy, Kincaid, Rowe, Bassett, and more. Plus, for a limited time, get local delivery for only $19.37. Wake up to a whole new you and enjoy 72 months special financing on a new Serta or Restonic mattress now at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Bram Anderson from Tiebreakers, and we are excited to announce that we will be opening our second location in Winterville soon. Right now, our growing company is hiring team members for all positions for both locations. We need managers, bartenders, servers, cooks, and dishwashers. If you're looking for an opportunity to be on a fun and exciting restaurant team, then come see us today. Apply in person at Tiebreakers at Bells Fork. Check us out at tiebreakersnc.com.
If you are push mowing your yard using an inefficient lawn tractor or your current zero-turn spends more time in the shop than mowing your grass, it's time you look at a Hustler zero-turn lawnmower. Residential mowers from Hustler are built like tanks and drive like sports cars. All Hustler mowers have fabricated welded steel decks. Don't settle on cheap units with flimsy stamped decks from big box stores. Come see Ron Ayers Motorsports. It will guide you to the right mower for your property and your budget. Find us at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11 north of the airport in Greenville.
Sawyer's Fun Park is now open in Greenville. This state-of-the-art 40,000 square foot facility features a 2-story LED interactive laser tag, a one-of-a-kind 2-story ninja course, a ropes course with a 180-degree zip line, and it's only one of 5 in the country that are indoors. Multiple climbing walls, a super cool arcade with 40-plus games, and a brand new full-service cafe and bar for adults. Visit the brand new Sawyer's Fun Park, now open, located right behind ARU on Corey Road, Greenville.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's where our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's
Chandler Honeycutt.
Looking at the scoreboard here, second quarter action going on in Athens, Georgia. Georgia leads at 16-3 over Missouri. Second quarter action going on in Nebraska as well. They're down 10-0 against Ohio State. The Tar Heels up 21-17 against number 9 Wake Forest. That's also in the second quarter. Liberty and Ole Miss 17-0. Still that score. Minnesota trailing Illinois still 14-0. And then Pittsburgh trailing Duke in Durham by 5, 19-14 is that score. 9:52 to go in the second quarter. And that's a quick look at the Buccaneers scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates and ENC. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season has food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for daily updates. And we'll see you at The Buck. Now back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate show. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck. I put up a poll on Twitter. How do you like your bacon? The options are a little on the softer side or hard and crispy. And right now, after 28 votes, 64% saying hard and crispy. So there you go. We'll have the results of that as we leave you on today's program.
I mean, I don't want them like breaking as I bite them, like into multiple pieces, but you want that little crisp snap when you bite into it. You don't want that little, we have to like bite it and pull away from it, you know?
Exactly.
For me, the crispier it gets, the more burnt tasting it tastes. So, which is why I prefer to go.
There's a fine line between
very fine
crispy and burnt.
Very fine. All right, Stephen Igo is here. Wes Hines, Chandler Honeycutt, the big dog, Glenn Griffin. Glenn, you had you a breakfast sandwich yet?
Not yet.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Right now. There's like 5 back there with your name on them.
CD's Grill hooked us up with some awesome breakfast sandwiches and biscuits, and looking forward to having number 2. I've held out for a couple hours now. But
speaking of bacon, that is.
I know that's they're doing the taste of the town. Which, by the way, Stephen Igo saw this. Brad Nestler. What's the guy's name? I know it's not him. What's his name?
Todd Blackledge.
Todd Blackledge.
Same guy, you know.
I don't know where I got Brad from. Todd Blackledge does this. Taste of the Town. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Igo said, I remember when he did Beast Barbecue for the ECU West Virginia game. And when I think of ECU West Virginia, at least from a broadcast standpoint, I was at the game. But, of course, we've seen it time and time again. Vince McMahon leading off the broadcast with what did he say? Something about the best-looking man.
The richest and best looking man ever to graduate from ECU or something like that.
And then he did, as he was signing off, it was as if it was a classic traditional ECU cheer. Like, instead of, like, what he could have done was, like, we are the Pirates of ECU. Could have done that. He could have done purple or, I don't know, ARG.
Right.
But instead he goes, This is how you know he's not connected to ECU at all. Go Pirates, go! Like, it just sounded so generic. Anybody off the street could have done it, but it was ECU alum, the richest and best looking alum, Vince McMahon. But he brought in that broadcast, and I go, we also remember it because Mike Patrick was on the call.
Such power, my God!
Jonathan Williams, holy cow! Where's Mike Patrick?
I guess he retired.
Hadn't seen or heard hide nor hair of him in a long, long time.
He was just on college basketball, I feel like, for a few years, and then I think he gave it up. But
what about Brittany? We were watching that live. Yeah. That was very strange. All right, Stephen, we have not talked about ECU and Temple yet.
We were trying to avoid the inevitable.
Temple. Okay, what do they do well?
Temple is historically tough, and they're big up front. They actually, you want to know one thing to do well? They have good offensive tackles.
Okay.
One of their offensive tackle has been out the last 2 games, but he was dressed, so I expect him to play this week. Just looking at Pro Football Focus, their 2 starting offensive tackles are really good. They're not going to give up a lot of pressure on the edge. So ECU, I would expect them to attack more in the middle of the offensive line because they've had some issues blocking there. Man, this Wake Forest offense is something else. But I think it's they're not able to run the ball as effectively as they have been, and that's put some pressure on DeJuan Mathis, the freshman quarterback transfer from Georgia. But, they have some good receivers. Jaden Blue is kind of like C.J. Johnson in that he had a big freshman year, big start to his career, and then he's kind of faded, hasn't been consistent, but he'll still have, randomly good games. And they got a guy they got back, Randall Jones, I think is his name, last week or a week or 2 ago, who's a big play threat. So they have some talent at the skill spots. Defensively, they lost a lot of those defensive linemen that were so good to the portal, but they still have some guys on the back end when they're healthy. The problem is they were missing 4 DBs last week, and I don't know their status going into this week. But I think if they can get their offense going a little bit, they are capable of scoring some points and sustaining drives.
Wes, can you pull up? Do you still have Rod Carey from yesterday? We ran it on Pirate Radio Live. Can you hit that for us? So I think you actually brought this to my attention before I heard about it. So he's being asked about the quarterback, and then they're getting another guy in to do some run plays. And Rod Carey seems to be fed up with the line of questioning, and I don't know if the media is fed up with him as well. But it doesn't sound like a very good relationship right now between the two sides. And here was some of the press conference with Rod Carey earlier this week.
Hey, Rod, you talked a little bit about DeJuan already. I wanted to follow up on something. When we were talking to him after the game Saturday, he said he doesn't always have the luxury of checking out plays, which I realize is completely and totally normal. And then I followed up with him and said, what's your relationship like with Rod and Mike when it comes to talking to them about what you're seeing? And he said, I sometimes, but I don't really have that luxury. And I just wanted to ask you to comment on that because we talked to him after we talked to you, and I wanted to get your viewpoint on that so you could provide some context.
Yeah, listen, this isn't something that I'm going to play out like, okay, I want his comment on this question with this comment from him after you gain certain information from certain people. We talk all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I talk to DeJuan every day. Mike talks to him every day. Jake does. DeJuan talks to us every day. We are in communication. So, as far as what you guys are, I don't know, asking as far as, well, can he check out? Can he check out? Listen, every offense has situations where you cannot check out and where you can. And we talk and we get his input and he gets our input all the time. So I don't know how I can put that any clearer to this line of questioning, then I don't know where it came up from or what happened, but that's what we do all the time. So is everyone understand that? I mean, there shouldn't be any gray area in that, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about it because you spoke before he did on Saturday, so I wanted to ask you about that since you spoke before him, that's all.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take the next question from Javon Edmonds.
Hey, Rod, I know the Justin Lynch 10 to 15 carries thing is relatively new. Have you talked about, obviously,
guys, what is this thing, too, that's going, and I don't know where you guys are going or what this is. DeJuan Mathis is our quarterback. We're using Justin to take some hits off DeJuan. We've used him at times the entire season. That's the purpose of it. That's what it is. And so I don't know anything more to say about that.
Can I ask you how DeJuan feels about it? If you've talked to him about that yet?
Yeah, I have. We've talked with them. They're together on it. We're together on it.
Thanks, Ron.
Okay. Any more questions?
I love that guy too. Okay, it's like no matter how bad and adversarial it'll get, that the moderator will still be like,
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. The next question. I think the guy who asked the first two questions works for the 24/7 Temple site, and they're going to be here covering the game. I thought it was a fair question. You know, I mean, if the quarterback's saying, "Hey, I don't have the luxury to change certain things," what's wrong with following up with the coach on that? I mean,
well, the second guy didn't even get to ask a question.
Yeah, I mean,
they cut him off before he could get to the question.
Clearly, just Rod Carey being a you know what, and look, there's some real pressure on him. I mean, they went 1-6 last year. They're 3-5 this year. All their losses have been blowout fashion. So I look at it as, you know, it can go one of two ways. A, the coaching staff is going to feel a sense of urgency. Their jobs are on the line, so they got to get the guys motivated. Or B, the players are just not going to pay any attention to what the coaches are saying. The last three results is why the line is what it is today. But also, I don't know if Vegas is maybe feeling the Temple's ready to cash it in and move on to 2022 or move on to a different place other than Philadelphia, PA, because right now they are certainly trending down, whereas East Carolina's trending up. So here's something I've never said before I go. The first quarter is important today. I feel like we say this every week.
I know. Because and for ECU's defense, the players have talked about this. They want to do what they've been doing in the second half in the first half this week. But also, you hear this a lot, and a lot of times it's been on the ECU side. You can't let an underdog hang around, get confidence, believe that they can win the game. Let's put on a Tulane type performance today. Get an early lead.
You know how many points Temple has scored in the first quarter this season?
I do. Let's ask somebody that doesn't know. Wes, Temple has played 8 games this year. How many points have they scored in the first quarter?
0.
That's pretty good.
A little low. They have scored 7, right?
7.
Yeah.
7 points in 8 first quarters. So, yeah, that's been an ongoing theme. He was also asked about that during the Zoom, I believe. Didn't have much to say.
Yeah.
It's just
we're working on it. We're trying to figure it out.
I mean, that's a pretty bad number, though. I mean, ECU's had their issues at times in the third quarter this year, but they've still scored like 40-something points. So
the last 2 games, the defense has helped out that number. I don't know how much the offense has scored. They did last week, but that third quarter number is getting better for ECU.
Yeah, it definitely is. In the fourth quarter, ECU, I think, has outscored opponents 82-42 or something like that. So they have dominated the fourth quarter. So I think if ECU does get off to a good start this game, Temple's going to have a very tough time. But that was one of my keys to victory that I wrote about on Hoist the Colors. If ECU can get an early lead, I don't think you're going to see Temple fight back like they did against Memphis.
IGO, one more segment with IGO coming up. We'll also check in with Double B Brian Bailey when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Wake Forest, a 3-point lead. Sam Howell, and the Carolina offense has moved the ball, but he has taken some shots. A lot of that is because he's been running the ball. He was just sacked, and Carolina set up with a 3rd and 16. We'll take a timeout, come back, give you a Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard update, and talk to Double B after this.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar. Join us at the Rick House for mouth-watering steaks and made-from-scratch pastas. Check out the 16-ounce cowboy steak and our seafood delight pasta. The Rick House is open for lunch daily from 11 to 2, Monday through Friday. Take a break from your workday with lunch at the Rick House. Join us for our legendary brunch on Sundays from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in ENC. Open 7 days a week. Plus, the Buck has live music every night, along with football. The Buck has a brand new 15-foot 4K screen, the only one in Greenville, and over 18 big screens with all your college and pro action. Sunday Fun Day will also be stocked with the biggest Bloody Mary and Mimosa bar, along with the NFL Sunday Ticket and food trucks out back. Check out the Buccaneer Music Hall. Open every day, noon until 2 a.m., with live music every night, and now football and food trucks during the day. BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in eastern North Carolina. With Blackwood and Mills Creek in Greenville, Dalton's Cove in Farmville, and Belmar in Ayden, these are just a few of the developments featuring BMS Builders homes. They can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or East Carolina football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. BMS Builders. Give them a call at 916-1578 for BMS Builders. Hey, this is Troy D., proud ECU grad from the class of 94. And if you know me, you know I love the 90s here at ECU. It was some of our glory days, including bowl games, the Peach Bowl, and even a March Madness appearance. Relive those days with my friends from Tailgate Classics. Tailgate Classics is a cool retro store with all types of merchandise, including the 90s ECU vintage tees and hats. Check out Tailgate Classics in person, 304 Evans Street, or online at shoptailgateclassics.com. Tailgate Classics, bringing back the throwbacks.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hey, Pirate Nation, are you ready for some Warren's hot dogs? Warren's Original Hot and Judy's Mild Sweet Chili Hot Dogs have been the official hot dog of sports fans for over 30 years. Pick up a tailgate special this football season of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. Warren's in Greenville across from Ron Ayers Motorsports and the new Chocowinity location next to the fire department. Warren's Hot Dogs. Want some? Get some. Go Pirates.
Hi, this is Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back to the show. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Flip Brock.
All right, thanks Chandler Honeycutt, Wes Hines producing, the big dog Glenn Griffin here, Stephen Igo to my left. In just a moment, we'll hook up with Double B Brian Bailey on the Fixed NC live line as we get set for East Carolina and Temple. The Pirates looking for win number 5 before they go on the road for a couple of games against Memphis, Navy. They'll wrap up the regular season at home the day after Thanksgiving against Cincinnati. Stephen, going into the year, this is one of those that is on the path to 6 wins, a path to a bowl game. You got to have it, and it stands true today. This one feels like it did back in August. This is a game you got to win at home, and Vegas says you'll do it. Odds say you'll do it. Now you got to go out and do it on the field.
Yeah, I feel like every year going into the season, we map out what should be a win, what should be a loss, and this year has played out pretty much just like that. I mean, you could argue, of course, the South Carolina-Marshall game should be reversed, and ECU had its chances at UCF, at Houston, but I think everybody chalked those up as losses, and we kind of are sitting here where we thought ECU would be, 4-4, going into this Temple game, a chance to get 5 wins, a chance to do that for the first time in 6 years, which will be a big step for this program, and then we can really focus on getting that 6 wins. So, yeah, big game. It's a huge game for the program. everybody can say Temple is not very good, etc. But I mean, this is still a Temple team that's dominated the series. ECU's got to show up and play its brand of football today if they want to win.
Stephen Igo here for one more segment. Brian Bailey joins us for this segment on the Fixed NC Live line as we talk to Double B live from, where are you, Bailey, inside or outside of Dowdy Ficklin Stadium?
I'm inside, right here in the corner of the end zone at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, and the wind may be the big factor today. I don't know if the here. It's really windy here on the field, so I think both teams are going to try to run the football, so maybe it won't come into play at all. But it's one of the windiest days I can remember here at Dowdy Ficklin.
The Pirates put up some rushing yards against South Florida with Holton Ahlers going over 70, Keaton Mitchell over 70, Rajay Harris 100 yards. They'll try to repeat that today, Bailey. And Holton Ahlers running the football, something the fans have been asking for, wondering where it is in the offense. We saw it last game for East Carolina.
Yeah, we did, and I haven't talked to Holton all that much the last couple of weeks, even earlier in the season to see. There's got to be a reason why he wasn't running the football so much. I don't know whether they've instilled into him, so much to try to throw it whenever possible, because the freshman Holton Ahlers would have gotten those key first downs, no question, because he always thought run first. And I think that, maybe in the process, trying to do too much and trying to make some of those throws, but it was good to see kind of like the old Holton Ahlers last week with him running the football, because that makes this offense go, and he tucks it under and takes off, and that makes everybody, they have to keep an eye on him. They have to worry about what he's going to do, and then, guys can get open in the defensive backfield and that kind of thing. So I think that's a big key for this Pirate football team, for him to run. I know they don't want to get him hurt, but at some point you just got to let him go.
Stephen, it seemed like in those, we had back-to-back games where Holton Ahlers had plays where he could have ran for a touchdown, for a first down or a touchdown, and decided to throw. After those games, he said himself, I should have ran. And you heard the coaches say, almost kind of frustrated, like, yeah, we wish we would have ran there. So I don't know if they were necessarily holding him back, but last week, we saw Donnie Kirkpatrick force the issue some and have some design running plays for Holton Ahlers.
Yeah, he definitely did. And the biggest thing to me was, I think it was the first or second drive, South Florida dropped 8 in the coverage, 3rd and 13, and that was just holding on his own, deciding to run, which is good to see. And when he runs decisively and he gets ahead of steam, he's a much different quarterback. When he's kind of hesitant, he doesn't have the quickest first step, so it's kind of like he has to get going downhill. And once he does, he's tough to tackle. So I think we need to continue to see more of that decisive decision-making, not so much hesitancy.
Stephen Igo in studio, Brian Bailey on the Fixed NC Live line. Bailey, we've heard these coaches and players all week say how much they have to take this game serious, and no matter who the opponent is, play like their hair's on fire. They've almost talked about it too much for my liking, but I don't know. Do you believe it, Bailey? Are they going to come out? Because they do need to come out quickly and put this team down and not give them any hope this afternoon.
Well, yeah, I think if this were a team that, was used to winning, you can overlook a team like Temple. I think this Pirate football team knows what's in front of them, and they know that this is a critical win that they've got to get if they want to get to that 6th win. And there's no, there's no law against getting 7 or 8, but they know to get to 6, the easiest way to get there is to get this win here to get to 5, and then go for 6 in those last 3 games. So I really think that they're really, the coaches won't talk about the fact that they're thinking like that, but I think the players understand that that's what they've got to get done. And I think you'll see a football team that's, that comes out determined, concentrating on this deal. And, and it won't be easy now because, as things go right now, you're going to see, they'll probably go through some adversity again, but I think that you'll see an East Carolina football team. I really think they're going to be able to run the football at will, because Temple has really struggled stopping the run, and the Pirates have a pretty good run. They got 2 good running backs, and I think that both of those guys are going to shine today.
Bailey, both of our outdoor reports, you and Troy D, have mentioned the wind thus far. What was the tailgate scene like when you were walking up today to the stadium?
It was a little sparse. I mean, it wasn't the huge crowd that maybe we've had a couple of other games earlier in the season. I think the weather's scaring some people off. I will tell you more about the wind, though, because in my video piece that I did, I kind of took everybody through the tunnel, the blow-up tunnel here at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, and the Pirate Head that's on in front of it. And I was joking at the time that they were having trouble keeping it up. Well, they've taken that thing down, and I don't know if they're going to try to even put it up. So right now it's just the tunnel, and they don't have the Pirate head that starts the tunnel that's usually up. So right now they've taken that thing down. They were having trouble keeping that thing up with this wind. So that just shows you how breezy it is. It's really not that cold.
Yeah.
It is very windy, and that makes it, the temperature probably about 10 degrees, lower than it would be.
BB, great report. Thanks for joining us, man. If we have an open line, which we have not had a lot of open lines this year on the fifth quarter, the fans have been calling in, and we appreciate that. But might have a minute to talk to you after the game on the fifth quarter later today.
All right, sounds good. Give us a call.
Thank you, man. There's Brian Bailey, WNCT Channel 9 Sports Director, also the host of the Brian Bailey Show. So I go wind. That means passing, punting, kicking could be affected. Means you want to run the football if wind is indeed a factor today. Something that sounds strange is when Bailey and you and anybody says ECU should be able to run the football today because Temple struggles stopping the run. How many times over the years has the Temple front seven been, made you nervous, to use a word, because they've been so good on that defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, guys like Dan Archibong, who was like 6'6", 305. They had another dude inside who was an NFL caliber player.
Matt Ioannidis.
I mean, all those guys, obviously Ioannidis in the NFL now, but the other guys transferred out. And so they've lost some pieces from that front, so it's just not what it used to be. Now, they still got some size, but not quite as much athleticism. And, their linebackers, they had 3 or 4 all-conference linebackers these last few years, and they've kind of taken a step back there as well. So it's not quite the Matt Rule Temple defense that we're used to seeing where they could really take over games.
Remember, I always want to call him, it's not Doug Mankiewicz or Alex Makarevich. It's
Tyler Matakevich.
They always had those talented linebackers. And do they still do the single-digit number names for the linemen? Or the linebackers, the impact defensive guys. So it was cool to hear that Tyler Snead's been around a while. Some of these players have been around a while. I think Xavier Smith said it too. They use the phrase Temple tough. So that tells me that Mike Houston is kind of implementing that into their brains. And we've seen it, firsthand over the years, but this Temple team certainly looks different than Temple teams from years past.
Well, that was the challenge last year going up there, was to match their toughness and beat them at their own game. And ECU felt like it did that. Of course, it's easier to do that when this fifth-string walk-on quarterback is starting.
Yeah.
So it'll be a much different game today.
Igo, thanks for joining us. Enjoy the game. We'll talk to you Tuesday. We'll have a Bud Light pregame report, basketball edition, coming up Tuesday.
Okay.
I printed out my dad's tickets yesterday. Chandler Honeycutt, Clip Brock Jr. will be in Section 213, so we'll say hello to you on Tuesday evening.
Yeah, very much excited to be back in the rafters again.
Back in the rafters, hanging in the rafters. Steve and Igo.
Chandler's throwing up his 3 goggles. I heard that ECU hit 13 threes in their
here we go.
East Tennessee State, but they also gave up 14. So
East Tennessee State, when was that one?
Last Saturday.
Okay. Did they win?
Pirates won.
All I do is win in overtime.
East Tennessee State is good.
Okay.
Steve Forbes used to be there.
Yeah, fair enough. Steve Forbes is where now?
Wake Forest.
Speaking of Wake Forest, they lead at North Carolina 24-21. Igo wants a face mask, and he's not going to get it.
It's bull crap, man.
We'll take a timeout, come back. When we return, Tyler Snead, Miles Berry, we'll hear from the Pirate players when we return on Pirate Radio Live. Ready to throw up the 3 goggles a couple of Fridays from now, Chandler, right? Is it November 19th? Pirates and Sooners?
Oh, you going down.
You going to be here, Igo? Nope, he won't.
Battle at the beach.
I'm not leaving till
All right, he's saying a possibility. Touchdown, Wake Forest. They take a double-digit lead over North Carolina. We'll update you on everything going on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard when we return after this.
Hello folks, this is Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Mulch. We believe that making memories with your family and friends is what life is all about. If you have a dream of having a backyard patio, fireplace, pool, walkways, fire pits, or more, then Carolina Hardscapes is the place to call at 364-1201. You can stop by our outdoor showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Sugg Furniture. At Carolina Hardscapes, we look forward to making your backyard the place to be. Find us on the web at carolinahardscapesandmulch.com.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Hey, Pirate fans, the Shakaroni Pizza is back, and only for $13. Plus $1 from every purchase goes to charity. The Shakaroni is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, the official pizza of the ECU Pirates.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or just have the blahs? Maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness on East 10th Street in Greenville offers IV hydration that can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, even fix a hangover. Locally owned and operated, the team at Revive Health and Wellness are experienced and licensed registered nurses that will assist you in preparing for your IV session. Call or text today with questions or to set an appointment with Revive Health and Wellness. 252-350-1805. That's 252-350-1805.
Mercer Glass is clearly different.
Hi, this is Todd Mitchum with Mercer Glass, Eastern North Carolina's most complete glass company. Mercer Glass specializes in windows, shower doors, auto glass, and mirrors. We can install or repair almost anything made of glass in your home or business. So give us a call at Mercer Glass. That's 752-5101. That's 752-5101.
North Carolina State Parks is proud to announce that they have partnered with the Hometown Strong program. Our visitor centers are now equipped with public Wi-Fi to help kids with school. Remote learning has become a critical public health measure in maintaining social distance and continuing to educate our young people. Take advantage of Wi-Fi and a hike at Goose Creek State Park or a day trip to the beach and access remote learning at Fort Megan State Park. For more information, visit hometownstrong.nc.gov.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Chandler Honeycutt here with you with a scoreboard update. Georgia leads 26-3 over Missouri at halftime in Athens. Nebraska is down 17-10 to number 5 Ohio State. That game is at halftime as well. Wake Forest over North Carolina by 10, 31-21 in Chapel Hill. Approaching halftime there, 16 seconds to go in the second quarter. Liberty down 24-0 against number 16 Ole Miss. That game is in the second half. Just kicked off the second half in the third quarter there. Let's see. Illinois is up 14 still to Minnesota. They have started the second half there in Minnesota. Pittsburgh leads 27-19 over the Blue Devils of Duke in Durham. They have the ball and are driving as we speak. They are approaching halftime, 26 seconds to go on the clock there in the first half. And that's been a look at your scoreboard update brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates at ENC. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season has food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule. And we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you on Dubbuck. North Carolina threatening but running out of time. There are 16 seconds left to go in the first half. Wake Forest a 10-point lead. North Carolina trying to put more points on the board. Will it be a touchdown or a field goal? They're at the 30-yard line right now.
Army and Air Force also 14-3. Army leads. They just ended the third quarter there.
All right. Thank you for that, Chandler Honeycutt. Trivia question. Who leads East Carolina in receiving touchdowns in 2021?
Receiving touchdowns. Let's see. Is it Audio Amatosho?
Audio Amatosho has 3 touchdowns. That is leading the team. Well done, Chandler Honeycutt. You know your Pirate football.
Yes, I do.
Tyler Snead has 2 touchdowns. He has the most catches on the team with 39, the most yards on the team with 495 yards. He needs a couple of touchdowns if he wants the receiving triple crown for East Carolina. Snead, 13 kick returns for 287 yards. That's an average of 22, and has 7 punt returns for 50 yards. Still yet to break one there. He has a long return of 21. And a 7.1 average there. He met with the media earlier this week, Wes Hines. Tyler Snead, let's hear from the Pirate receiver right now.
Tyler, you guys had a big second half Thursday. Kind of all started with your kick returns. Walk us through how big you think that play ended up being.
I think it was a big, just coming out of the second half, the way we ended the first, kind of not killed us, but, we wish we could get some points out of that, and opening up the second half was good, momentum coming off that was great. Those guys all did their jobs, did a great job blocking, and made my job easier back there, just run behind those guys.
You've been around a while here. Talk about Temple a little bit, what you feel like you have to do well against them offensively.
Yeah, just win the point of contact. I would say, they always pride themselves on Temple tough, and that's how they play. And so we know what kind of game it's going to be. But if we can win the point of contact and be more dominant, then I think we'll put ourselves and have a pretty good shot.
With this team right now, 4-4, does it almost feel like you guys are starting to get some wins? Does it almost feel like it's more about how you guys play? I mean, obviously you scout the opponent, but more about how you guys play each week?
Yes, sir. I mean, last week, turnovers kind of hurt us, and I was a part of that, and I need to get better with that. But I think every game, if you look back at them, turnovers have kind of been the main thing that kills us and kills our drives, because we do feel like we can move the ball, and our defense has done a great job all year stopping people. I mean, they played phenomenal. So, just offense getting better. I think if we play our game, we'll be good.
Against South Florida, the wide receivers were really physical. Was that something you guys focused on going into that game?
Yes, sir. I mean, especially with the weather. It might not be your day with the rain. Kind of know in the back of your head it'll be a ground and pound game. But just whatever we can do to help our running backs. We got 2 special backs back there, and then Holton added his running in, so that helped us a lot. But just blocking downfield, we do pride ourselves on that, and Coach does a great job of teaching that in practice.
Temple's had some games where they did score some points, and they got off to good starts in those games, it seemed like. How important is it to just get off early against a team like Temple?
Yeah, they're good. They saw, if you guys watched the game against Memphis, they did that, and they beat them, and Memphis is a good team. So, I think every team in this league is good, but jumping out early definitely good for us. Like we did against Tulane. Hopefully we can mimic some sort of game like that. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough physical ball game, but we're excited and ready for it.
What would it mean to you to get that 5th win and then be in a position, obviously, potentially at least playing a bowl game?
Huge. That'd be huge, just with the confidence and just going into the back half of the season. Putting us bowl eligible at 6. That's one step closer. But at the end of the day, we got to take it one game at a time, 1 week at a time. So we're focused on getting that 5th first.
You mentioned your fumble. He's obviously a pretty huge hit.
Mm-hmm.
How do you kind of balance, hey, I need to work on ball security, but you also don't want to make it like too much of a mental thing,
Yeah, I mean, they kept telling me to keep my head up, and I feel like I'm pretty good about flushing it and just not trying to dwell on it, but try to look forward in the game, and then the next play is the biggest play. And so I definitely got to do a better job in practice, but come game time, you don't want to think about it too much. Just what you do, you practice it, and I'll get it fixed this week. I already worked on it Sunday, so we'll get it fixed.
All right, there is Tyler Snead. You can hear him every Monday inside the Players Lounge. He was talking there to the media earlier this week. Before we take a break, let's hear from another one, Wes. Let's hear from Miles Berry. as he spoke to the media early this week. ECU linebacker. Here's what he had to say.
Miles, you got Temple coming up this week. What can you remember a little bit about the game last year against them?
Last year, well, really because of COVID, it's like a weird game. We got delayed because there was some talk about them maybe not playing and just some restrictions and different things like that. But just a big away win, against the infamous Temple Tough, and that was the first time we had beaten Temple since I had been here. And it was just a great team win, and hope to do that again this Saturday.
Do you still see that toughness on film from them when you kind of flip on the tape and their size and everything?
Yeah, Temple is definitely still a physical team and very big downhill offense especially. So, we have to make sure we're physical and we match their energy and outmatch them, honestly, and at the point of contact. And that's what we'll need to do to be successful this week.
Is that what worked against them for you guys last year? Do you feel like, in terms of the scheme situation, like what were some of the X's and O's things that you guys did well against them? Yeah,
really stopping the run. That was one of the key things that led us to that victory on the side defensively. It was stopping the run, getting them in third down situations, third and long situations, forcing them to pass the football. So, yeah, that was definitely a key thing that helped us with the victory last year.
All right, we're late to the party, so can you talk a little bit about this key this week is stopping the run?
Yes, sir. They have a very dynamic backfield, two big running backs that get very downhill and run the ball hard. So, stopping the run, being physical at the point of contact with our D-line, the linebackers on the interior. And then around the edges, they do a lot of jet sweeps, try to get the ball to the fast guys on the edges. So we got to set a strong edge and then play sound football in the backfield with our DBs, and that'll lead us to the victory.
We talked to Coach Harrell yesterday, and he was saying that Temple is one of those teams that they actually huddle up.
Yeah,
and that's different now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So while they're huddled, defensively we kind of got to wait to see what formation they're in so we can get lined up. So it'll be different, and that's something that we're going to have to practice this week. It's going to be an emphasis, but nothing we haven't seen before.
Defensively, you guys are playing like 25 guys a game right now. What's it like to be a part of that and not let egos get in the way of like playing time or that sort of stuff, like everybody kind of balled in? Well,
it's actually a good thing because since I have been here, we hadn't had that depth that you see now. So being able to rotate guys in and out throughout the game, number one, it keeps us fresh. And that's how you see us. We're able to play for all four quarters very strong, still flying around like it's the first quarter. And there's really no egos on the team. We all are focused on winning. And, once these dubs keep coming in, it doesn't matter who's playing. We just all want to succeed.
Miles, you and your teammates have made it a point to speak out about mental health this season. How has that helped you guys gel as a unit?
Well, mental health is a big thing. It's obviously like more in the game and just in all different sports across the nation. You see heavy emphasis on mental health because it's very key. And just being there for each other and just knowing that, hey, like if my brother needs something and that he can count on me to talk or be there for him, laugh, joke, whatever he needs. Because, the game of football is so small and mental health is a big thing. You got to keep that first, in order to succeed in life. So that just helps us bond as a unit. It's a brotherhood in that locker room.
Halftime.
Okay.
We flipped the switch the last couple of weeks and did shutout the second half. Adjustments, like some of the stuff you guys have been doing through this work.
Yeah.
What's going on at halftime?
Well, really, I feel like it's a chance to just calm down. We played 2 quarters, so it's like any adjustments that need to be made, the coaches come down, we make them. But really, we just focus in on each other, and we just say, let's leave that half behind us, and let's go out and let's just execute, do our job. And lately, we've been executing that at a tremendous rate, and that leads to the shutouts.
How big is it to see results in the turnover game? You guys are obviously coached all the time to try to create turnovers, but it's got to be pretty big to actually see the results and see how it changes a game. Does it change the way you guys play? Does it, how does it affect you guys to actually see those results?
Yeah, turnovers are huge. I get as excited for one of my teammates making a turnover as if it was myself. But it really just creates that energy that you can't emulate anything else. And just seeing those turnovers come to be is just something you really can't explain. But yeah, it definitely helps us mold as a defense and just play that next play.
You talk about that shark mentality. I see a lot of the guys in defense posting the shark, hands up. Where does that come from?
Well, really, Coach Ellis, he brought that shark mentality in last year, and really, a shark is the meanest animal under the sea, and just he never stops. He's relentless, and he has a pursuit to eat, all day, every day. So that's really just where that comes from. Just never letting up and just eating every time you're on the field.
It seems like the expectation to win has increased as you guys continue to win ball games. Talk about what that's done for you guys moving forward here as you enter the stretch run.
Yeah, well, it's definitely been huge, and that positivity and hope, trying to go bowling and all of that is just helping us stay 1-0 every week. And I just realized this, but this is the first time that we actually have a 5+ win season potentially since 2015. So just seeing that and seeing the culture changing is what keeps us moving forward.
All right, there is Miles Berry, East Carolina linebacker. You also heard from Tyler Snead as they get set to take on the Temple Owls. Hopefully the Sharks are in the water today on the defensive side of the ball for the Pirates. We'll take a timeout, come back. The final hour of the Bud Light pregame tailgate is on the way. We'll have a live tailgate check-in with Troy D. We'll hear from ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. We'll talk to the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, about all the games today from a gambling perspective, and hear from Brian North. That and our predictions. We'll get a Wes Hines prediction for ECU and Temple coming up for today. Take a timeout, come back. Hour 4 on the way after this.
Suffer from allergies, asthma, or any other sinus problems? Perhaps professional cleaning of your air ducts could help. Family owned and operated in Winterville for over 22 years, Carolina Quality Air was the first certified duct cleaning company in Eastern North Carolina. From residential to commercial, they can handle any size job, big or small, including our studios here at Pirate Radio. Carolina Quality Air uses a sanitizer that kills mold in your ductwork and over 100 viruses, including the coronavirus. Visit them online at CarolinaQualityAir.com. Guess what, Greenville? Calzones are back. Community Calzone is the only restaurant in town specializing in calzones. Choose from over 50 different calzones, or you design your own with unlimited options, including vegetarian. Community Calzone also features wings, huge salads, and more. Plus, they deliver to almost everywhere in Pitt County. Located on Greenville Boulevard next to Ashley Furniture Warehouse, they're open for lunch, dinner, and late night for dine-in, pickup, or delivery. It's Community Calzone.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
Are you suffering from anxiety, sleep issues, or chronic pain? Have you heard of CBD? You can learn about the benefits of CBD right here in Greenville at the Hemp Garden. Hemp Garden offers a variety of products and solutions that are truly making a difference in our community. Hemp Garden also provides products that can assist with energy and focus. Have a pet? Come check out their selection of CBD pet products. Visit Hemp Garden to speak with a CBD specialist in a relaxed and welcoming environment today. Exclusive discounts are offered to first-time customers. Hemp Garden, located at 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
That's for you. Answer the call from patients who need plasma. Donations are down, so give plasma at a Grifols Center and receive compensation. Visit grifolsplasma.com. Gonna get that? Answer the call from patients who need plasma and receive up to $700 your first month when you donate at a Grifols Center. Visit grifolsplasma.com.
Every team knows that the 2-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for 2 by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back to the show. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Mr. Cliff Barr.
All right, back with you. Thank you, Chandler. And Wes Hines producing today's program. Back with you, hour 4 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We still got to hear from ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell, also the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, and Brian North coming up this hour. Let's take one last look in at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone as we are inside of an hour away from kicking things off on ESPN Plus. If you're not at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, ECU and Temple. Troy D, what's going on at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone?
Man, it's been a great scene out here today, Cliff. Really enjoyed it. It's a constant stream of people. We've had a great crowd out here today. And as we said, luckily the rain is going to, looks like it's been nice, at least no rain for the tailgate. It looks like the rain is going to hold off for the game. So now it's been pushed back, at least for the Greenville area, until around the 8 o'clock hour. So I think we're going to get this game in rain-free. It is cold. It is windy, so that will be a factor. Wind will be a factor, I think, with the game, definitely a passing game today. But the tailgate has been very nice. We've really enjoyed it. We've got chili out here. Thanks to our buddy Dave. Been doing a great job, and we just got some fresh biscuits that he's been baked on the grill. You ever had biscuits on the grill? Well, come to the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. You can try one. And, of course, ice-cold pirate beverages, thanks to our friends from Minji's Bottling Group, and also Carolina Eagle Distributors with the great Bud Light products. Enjoying ourselves, and we had a visit from just about half the basketball team. Those guys were out and about with some of the coaches, and they came by and hung out for a while, so it was good to catch up with them. And, Cliff, as you know, basketball tips off for ECU Tuesday night, hard to believe, inside Minji's Coliseum, but this is the time of year when football and basketball has that crossover. So got a football game today and a basketball game Tuesday night, so it's good to see those guys. They're in good spirits, and tell you what, they look good, so we'll see how the Pirates can do on the hardwood this year, but hopefully they can get it back together and get some wins this year. And I know ran into Joe Dooley Friday, had a good conversation with him, and those guys are really excited about getting the season started. So that's the scene out here at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone in the shadow of Dowdy Ficklin Stadium out at Elmhurst School. Great scene as always, and we enjoyed listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll catch up with you guys afterwards on the 5th quarter.
Sounds good. Can't wait to be talking to the Pirate Nation after tonight's game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. Thank you, Troy D. Billy Weaver will be alongside for that one, and we'll be taking your calls into the night until the last caller is served. Wes, let's hear from the defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell, after a few quick numbers here on the UBE stat sheet. The East Carolina defense now inside of that 30-point number. Pirates allowing 26 points per game, 150 yards on the ground, 269 through the air for a total of 420 a game. As bad as the offense has been on third downs, the defense has been pretty good. Just 31% conversions on third downs for the opposition, and on fourth downs, opponents are converting 69% on fourth downs. All right, let's hear from Blake Harrell. He talked one-on-one with the voice Jeff Charles earlier this week.
ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell is alongside. Coach, let's start with the Temple quarterbacks first this week. They played two of them, DeJuan Mathis and also Justin Lynch. Tell us about their skill sets.
Yeah, DeJuan Mathis is obviously their starter. Very good player. Started out at Georgia, four-star kid out of high school, 10,800 meter, which is really fast. And he started a game against Arkansas at Georgia, and then before he transferred to Temple. So certainly got all the skills set. You see why he was in the SEC. You see why he was a four-star kid. Long, tall, can run, really strong arm. So just got to work cut out with him. You know, we got to make sure we do a good job of giving him different pitchers and different looks and try to keep it tough for him. So the backup, Lynch, I think his older brother was at Northern Illinois when they went to the Orange Bowl or top bowl game there. And he comes in, does a good job operating the offense. Started, I think, against Boston College and Akron, won the game there, and just does a good job with his feet. And have a little bit different run game for him, a little bit more gap scheme, downhill run, but still a very good quarterback.
So, Coach, let's talk about that run game. What do you expect?
They'll get in just kind of the pistol or the under center possibly and bring it downhill right at you. Zone schemes, a little bit of gap schemes, but that's kind of where they live. They got some bigger running backs. The first two guys are 220. Another guy's 215, so just big, thick kids, all kind of a clone of each other's that get downhill and run behind our shoulder pads. So we got to do a great job tackling and a great job in our gap and gap control football.
Coach, we've seen so many up-tempo teams, so many teams in the American Athletic Conference are up-tempo teams. Does Temple go at a little bit of a slower pace?
Yeah, they're going to, each play you're going to see them in the huddle mostly. They'll call it in, they'll get in the huddle and break it out. I think there's average about 12, 15 seconds on the play clock before they snap the football. So that's just their method to win games right now. It's just kind of, hey, slow it down a little bit, let our defense play well, offensively run the ball, control it, those type of things. So sort of possessions. And, it's a little bit different because you don't see it every week, so we got to do a good job handling it. It may force you to get a call in and just be able to adjust a lot of different formations they'll give you because they'll show you one formation pre-snap, and then the final formation they'll shift in motion and give you something else. So our guys got to do a good job with their eyes and be very eye-disciplined.
We've talked so much this year about Jaquan McMillan, and rightly so. He's having a first-team all-conference type season, Coach. But it was good to see Malik Fleming get an award this week. He was named the Defensive Player of the Week in the American Athletic Conference. He is your other corner. Had the big pick six, and Malik is also having a great year, isn't he? He is. He's done a really outstanding job for our football team and our defense, and just an outstanding young man on and off the field. They ran that same route in the first quarter. They come back to it in the second half, and he makes them pay the price. And just really, a student of the game. So you get him on something one time, you're not going to get him on it twice. And has done a really nice job playing the deep balls and the post balls down the middle of the field as well this year. So excited about him. Hopefully he can continue that this week against Temple. Coach, we've talked about your depth up front with the defensive line. You're rotating so many guys up front. But how about in the secondary? You're playing a number of people back there too. Yeah, everywhere on our defense right now, we've built some depth. We play in 20, 25 guys a game, and that's really helped us down the stretch. The last two ball games, we hadn't allowed a score in the third and fourth quarter, and part of that's our kids adjusting, just doing a good job with that, and part of it's they're fresh. They're rotating, and they're not concerned about with me or I. They're concerned about our team and how can I help our team, and when they're in there, they're fresh, and they can go play as hard as they can play. Talk about fresh, a couple of extra days off, Coach. It's been 9 days since the Pirates have played a football game. Has that been a benefit, do you think? It has, in a couple fronts. One, you're seeing an offense that's going to shift motion, trade, all those type of things, so it helps you get a little bit extra preparation for that. It also helps you kind of heal back up from any bruises and bumps from a game. So 9 days instead of 7. So you get a little extra factors there, but we're kind of eager to go out there and play again. You're kind of sitting around, staring at the time, and just ready to get back on the grass and get to work. Yeah, eager might be the best word because when I talk to your defensive players, Coach, they are so excited and they're having so much fun. Do you think the worm is kind of turning here defensively with your outfit? Well, I think for our whole program, Coach Houston's just done an awesome job of shaping this thing and molding it to who we wants our program to be, who he wants us to be offensively, defensively, and our players have really done a good job buying into that. And, our guys are excited to come to work every day, be on the grass every day, meeting rooms, and they're excited to be out in front of our fans in Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, just feel that energy. So really excited about that. You've coached at a number of different places. Compare the atmospheres to some of the other places that you have coached too. Down at Ficklin Stadium, Bagwell Field, have not had a sellout yet. Had some crowds over 40, not 50, like has happened in the past here. But Blake, for somebody who's only in the second year of the program, what do you think about the atmosphere here?
Yeah, I mean, I told somebody the other day, I've been in Tuscaloosa, Death Valley, Florida State after they won a national championship, a lot of different places. And here as good as anywhere, as exciting as anywhere. And our players feed off that, the boneyard, and just being rowdy and dowdy, and just the whole atmosphere has been really good for us. And it brings a little bit, we always try to play with high energy, high effort, but I think it even creates more for our players. And that you can see it on the game field and game day, just kind of playing with that energy.
So, Coach, give us 2 or 3 keys for this one. What will your defense have to do to slow down this Temple offense?
Yeah, I think a little bit like an optional type offense as far as you got to keep them behind the sticks and keep them off pace. You got to win first down. You can't make it 2nd and 5. If they're 2nd and 5, 3rd and 1, they're going to keep you on your heels. So you got to get some plays, 0 gains, negative plays, make them kind of one-dimensional in what they want to do, and then just keep the quarterback in front of us, no big plays, do a great job tackling, as I mentioned, eye discipline. So that's kind of our keys right there, and we got to continue to do that play in and play out.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
All right, Blake Harrell there with the voice, Jeff Charles. That defense has been fun to watch for East Carolina in 2021, and we'll have an opportunity to put up some more good numbers on that side of the ball today against a struggling Temple Owls team. We'll take a timeout. When we return, we'll check in with the BMOC, the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, look at what's going on right now in college football and what's coming up later on today from a gambling perspective. We'll also get his thoughts on ECU and Temple when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. More to go after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 lease at $489 a month, 10,000 miles a year for 36 months for qualified buyers. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out. Like screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. You're listening to Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Chandler Honeycutt here with a scoreboard update. 14-11 is the score in the Army Air Force game. Army on top of Air Force there by 3. Missouri and Georgia, third quarter action going on, 9 minutes to go there in that quarter. 33-3 is that score. Bulldogs on top of the Tigers. Ohio State up 10, 20-10 over Nebraska. Wake Forest up 7, 31-24. I believe North Carolina is knocking on the door trying to tie this ball game up. That game has just kicked off the second half. Liberty down 13, 27-14 to Ole Miss. So climbing back into that game is the Flames. Illinois still on top at 14-0 in Minnesota. That game has been 14-0 for quite a while now. 37-19 is the score in Durham. Duke trails Pittsburgh. And then Skip Holtz and Louisiana Tech trail by 3. They have the ball and are driving against the Blazers of UAB. Kansas State and Kansas are playing in the third quarter. 3 minutes to go in that quarter. 28-10 is the score. Kansas State leads Kansas. SMU and Memphis are playing in the third as well. 5:34 to go in that quarter. 14-10, Memphis leads SMU. Miami and Georgia Tech have ended the second. That means it is halftime in Miami. 17-21 is the score. Georgia Tech leads by 4. Appalachian State up 7-0 over Arkansas State. And that's been a look at the scoreboard brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates at ENC. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck. Thank you, Chandler Honeycutt, for that. Back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, hour number 4. We will now see what's going on the rest of the day in college football and talk to the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, who joins us on the Fixed NC Live line. Big man, how you doing on this Saturday?
Pretty good, Clip. How are you?
Doing great. By the way, Chandler, you're right. North Carolina is knocking on the door. They have a 3rd and goal now with Wake Forest, a 7-point lead over the Tar Heels. How about right here in Greenville, Jeff? We'll start here with the Pirates. The line is now 15.5. They are 15.5-point favorites over the Temple Owls. The total has gone down. It's 52.5. There is some wind here and cool temperatures in Greenville. So, Jeff, you didn't really feel strongly about this one way or the other when we talked to you earlier in the week. How about here on game day? Any thoughts on East Carolina and Temple?
Well, if I played it, I would look no other way than ECU. I mean, ECU is obviously playing at a high level right now. They've really turned it up on the defensive end. And look, I mentioned this to you on Monday or Thursday, whenever it was. Yeah, this is a Temple team. When they lose, they lose. They get blown out. I was really disgusted with their performance a couple of weeks ago against South Florida. Their quarterback, DeJuan Mathis, just isn't very good. They can't move the ball. They seemingly really struggle when they play a team that's better than they are. I think this game's probably a lot like last season, 28-3, 31-10, something like that. I'd probably look more towards laying the number. I think this is kind of one of the plays that just kind of sit there on the board. I don't think a lot of people will play it. It's kind of hidden, but Temple's been bad, and when they're bad, they get crushed.
Jeff Nadeau joining us. Jeff, earlier in the week, you liked the Boilers. They are 2.5-point underdogs now at home to Michigan State. So, I don't know, as that line, what do you think about that line right now as Purdue, that game coming up at 3:30?
Yeah, you got to love it, Clip. Air Force has turned into a team that catches everything. They're this big passing team all of a sudden.
I guess you're on Army, Jeff?
Of course I am. And Army's going to screw me here. I'm sick of this team, man. They can't ever batten down the hatches when it gets really tough. You can't go down and give me a field goal or a touchdown. As far as me, with Michigan State Purdue, I played Purdue. I played this earlier in the week, 3.5. I think Sharp Money played it as well because this is now down to 2.5. Look, if you can throw the football, you're going to have an opportunity to beat Michigan State. They have the second worst pass defense in the country. I believe that at home, Purdue's got to be the play. It's a pretty good run defense as well. Really have been good on that end. They're not just an offensive team with talent. They're a defensive team with talent. Huge game in East Lafayette or West Lafayette, whatever it is. I think this is where Michigan State goes down.
Question about a game tonight, Jeff. I've enjoyed riding with Kentucky this year. Had them against Georgia. They had a last-second touchdown to cover that one. They did not cover last week as they were beaten by Mississippi State. Are there injury concerns on Kentucky's side, or Is Tennessee looked at as an equal to, if not a little better than Kentucky? Why is Tennessee a 1-point favorite tonight in Lexington at 7:00?
Well, I mean, Tennessee over the years has really had success against Kentucky. Not that matters a whole hell of a lot here, but when you look at Tennessee, weirdly enough, they haven't lost 2 in a row since I think the 70s against Kentucky, which is crazy. Balls are off a bye. Seems like in these flip kind of games, Kentucky's kind of struggled a little bit. I think it's kind of screaming and telling you to take Kentucky here, but Tennessee continues to be very solid. I mean, I thought they were right in that game against Ole Miss. Obviously, they played well against Pitt, played well against Alabama. I just Kentucky at the end of the day, I think they struggle to score points. I'll trust Josh Heupel's team maybe a little bit more than I trust Kentucky. Obviously Tennessee has the better offense, Kentucky the better defense, but for me, I'll trust Tennessee here, get a big vintage win.
Jeff, I enjoyed your Fresno State winner. You've been good with the Mountain West this year, so a few games out there I'll ask you about. Fresno State, a 5-point favorite over Boise State tonight. You've got San Jose State and Nevada, the Wolfpack, an 11-point favorite there over the Spartans, and then San Diego State is on the island, 7-point favorites against Hawaii. You getting involved in any night Mountain West action tonight?
Yeah, the Fresno-Boise game kind of screamed over to me. Fresno's a really good offense. They have a great quarterback in Jake Haener, and I've noticed with Boise, they tend to, against good offenses, really struggle to get stops. You look at the game against Nevada, you look at the game against UCF, you look at all these games where they have to play kind of an higher tempo against good offenses. They've struggled. I think this turns into a bit of a shootout. Buckmeyer's played well for Boise recently. When you look at when they played Nevada, it was 41-31. I don't know if they'll be that high scoring tonight, but for me, I think it's a higher scoring game. Pretty good offense. Both offenses have been playing well. But I like Fresno a lot. Real high on that team. Nevada's interesting as well. I'll give Brett Brennan a lot of credit. He's had major issues with the quarterback position, just with injuries, but you look at them; they're 5-4 and knocking on the door of another bowl game. If I'm Arizona, I would look to hire Brett Brennan. I think he would be a great hire for that team. But they got to play Nevada tonight, and this is not the kind of game you want to play where you have to kind of step up and score with Nevada. They have a good quarterback. I'm not so sure that San Jose can keep up. When you look at Nevada, one of the faster teams in the country, a high-end passing offense, I think San Jose has a lot of trouble. One other thing, Clip, in that Fresno game, you always want, when you bet an over, you want at least one team that plays with pace.
Yeah.
Fresno is top 20 in pace per game. They run about 77 plays a game, which is very high. So, also, Clip, if I could throw one other one out there.
Yeah.
I'm not understanding why UTSA is only a 10.5-point favorite against UTEP. Go, Clip, look at UTEP's schedule and explain what exactly is impressive about what they've done. The only reason they're in a bowl game is because they have not beaten a team that has more than 2 wins on the season. You look at the one step-up game against Boise, they got absolutely destroyed. UTSA is legit. I don't understand this line at all.
One to look at later tonight as well as the Roadrunners continue to try to stay undefeated, and Jeff likes them, minus the points tonight. Anything else we missed, big man, going on this Saturday that you're involved in?
We have a absolutely gigantic play here at Army Air Force. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat, Clip. I'm asking for a big stop from the Army. One time, baby. One time.
All right, let's get it. This is the danger. Oh, we got a 4th and 1 at the 30. Is that what we got, Jeff?
It's incomplete. It's 4th and 10, Clip.
All right.
Viewed it.
So that's a good thing, right?
Hang on here. I hope you're lucky.
All right. Good luck to you, big man.
All right.
See ya. The danger of talking to Big Man live when he's got a lot riding on a game. And right now he needs the armed forces to come through and get a stop on 4th down. So there you go.
You gotta love talking to the big man during.
He went on a nice rant there in the middle of breaking down one of the games coming up tonight. All right, Wake Forest is back in the end zone. Touchdown, Demon Deacons. Sam Hartman touchdown run, and if they kick the extra point, they will take an 11-point lead, I believe, as they score. Yeah, they're 37-27. PAT pending in Chapel Hill. Let's take a break. We'll come back when we return. We'll get Brian North's thoughts on the Temple East Carolina matchup. Still a lot more to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Still some more biscuits and sandwiches to go from CD's Grill. They dropped off some awesome food. Actually, I picked it up earlier today. And Wes Hines is 2 deep at this point. Chandler and I 1 deep.
I think he's more than 2 deep.
Oh, he's eating right now.
How many is that? Be honest.
Number 3.
4.
Yeah. 4? Holy crap.
4.
Wes Hines breaking the CD's biscuit record here.
Wes Hines, the spokesperson for CD's Grill.
Yeah, I can tell you it's good.
Wait a minute. You had that yesterday morning too, right?
I did.
You are a CD's freak.
Wednesday morning as well.
He's keeping them in business, folks.
Wow.
Thank you, Wes Hines, for your patronage.
Patronage? Patronage?
We'll be back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers.
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Norm Bryant with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back to the show. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 to 6. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show on game days. So just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Now let's go back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Flip Brock.
Back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, hour number 4. We'll make some predictions, fantasy picks before we wrap it up here today. We also need to talk to Brian North, WCTI 12. He joins us on the Fixed NC Live line. North, how you doing, man?
Oh, hanging in there today on a real fallish Saturday here, watching some football on TV, babysitting kids. That balance of life.
As I look outside, it is gray and the wind is whipping. Could be a factor in today's game. Not that cold, but that wind is going to make it feel cold to the players and especially the fans in the stands at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Brian, before we get to college football, what were the headlines last night on the Blitz after round 1 of high school football action?
Yeah, I think Rose, with their comeback victory in the second half, looked dominant, was pretty good. Havelock and Newbern both had games where they had to hold on at the end to win. There weren't too many ton of upsets. I think everything went pretty much according to plan. Sometimes the scores were a little bit different, but I think for round one it was pretty much as expected. Not too many upsets in round one.
All right, going on right now, North Carolina and Wake Forest, and both teams are moving the ball up and down the field, but Wake Forest has a couple more stops than North Carolina at this point, and they have a 38-27 lead. Still a lot of points left to go, I think, in this one, Brian, but Wake Forest right now this is the biggest lead of the game on either side with that 11-point lead.
Yeah, in tennis terms, they broke serve, right?
Yeah.
They were able to get North Carolina to punt a couple of times, and they were able to get up one or two scores, and then they get the second half kickoff and they score. And the other thing is North Carolina's had to kick a couple of field goals instead of scoring touchdowns. So it's like a tennis match here. You got to hold serve in a game like this, which, oh, by the way, Bruce Carter, the former the Havelock native and former UNC Tar Heel, proposed to his girlfriend, so field before the game. So that was a little added bonus for Tar Heel fans.
Bruce Carter, and Brian, you've watched a lot more high school football than I've watched over the years, but you can identify, like, okay, he's a little bit different than these other kids out there. I remember watching him live in high school and saying that to myself.
Yeah, he was not the most dynamic football player as far as his production. He had some injuries, and that's why he kind of slipped through the cracks, but North Carolina identified him and stayed with him. He ended up having a gray shirt through a knee injury, and it paid off for them in the long run. But when you think about the greatest football players in Eastern North Carolina, Bruce's career, he's had a good junior year, but really not a very good senior year. So he had a better college career and pro career than he did in high school.
Yeah, playing with the Cowboys and others. Brian North joining us. North, one more college football story. James Madison is going to the FBS level. We've talked a little bit about that with you on the Pirate Radio Live, but now that the move is done, what are your thoughts on it as a Duke?
Yeah, they've been building that. Yeah, this is the 50th year of football. They didn't start football until 1972, and they built through the years and became a 1AA power, and they were hitting their head against that glass ceiling. I think it was the next logical move. It just had to be the right conference, and I really like what the Sun Belt is doing, and so I think for them it's a really good fit. They got to figure out when exactly they become a full member, probably 2 years, but in football. But I like it. I think that's a conference that they can ultimately be competitive in. It's a lot of up-and-coming teams, along with App State and Coastal Carolina and Marshall and Old Dominion. And so I like what that conference is doing there. And it's got a regional feel now as well for this side of the country.
And the CAA, this is nothing different than when the Pirates left the CAA. I remember they were not... I think they were banned from the basketball tournament and maybe baseball tournament as well. But the CAA has said that James Madison will be barred from participating in CAA championships before its departure. So they're still going with that policy, it appears, and that upset a lot of folks, I saw.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. It's the CAA's never been one of those. They're like the jilted girlfriend, or boyfriend. They want their stuff back immediately. They don't. They cut you off of all social media. It is what it is. Instead of being gracious and thanking them for what they've done through all the years, they've been a pilot member of the CAA. Instead of thanking them and understanding, they're going to go that way. But I get it. They're not happy because they're losing one of their flagship programs, and that hurts them money-wise for what they do get from media rights, which isn't a ton. But JMU, you can't discount what they're going to do. They're going to get $2.5 million in media rights now, which is more than double what they were getting before.
Brian North joining us. North, thoughts on ECU Temple? Pirates a 15.5-point favorite going into today's game. They were 10-point favorites over South Florida. They sleptwalked through the first half and had a big second half and won it by 15. Now they're favored by 15 and some change. What do you think about the matchup against the Owls today?
Yeah, I like it. I like it at home. I'm waiting for this team to take that next step where they handily beat a team that they're supposed to, and so Temple seems to be the right school at the right time. I'm hoping that Aaron Jarman finally gets his first catch. I don't know if he has a catch or not this year, but at least getting in the end zone.
Yeah, it's a nice. Nobody's brought that up, Brian. A little revenge he did. It's not really revenge, but you got the connection there.
Yeah, he was there. He graduated. He just wanted to get closer to home. This wasn't like he wasn't playing. He had 2 touchdown catches in his career at Temple. He just wanted to be closer to home, and he was one of those that thanked his former school, and they were gracious enough to let him out, and so he could play right away at ECU. So, but I'd still like to see him. He's been a guy who's done a great job in the blocking scheme. I'd like to see him get rewarded with a catch or two and maybe get in the end zone. It'd be kind of cool against his former team.
Speaking of getting into the end zone, Wake Forest has done it again. A big pass play, 2-play, 77-yard drive, and now, they still don't feel comfortable because, like I said, there's a lot of points to be had still in this game. Still a lot of time left, but 45-27 now over North Carolina. So some fireworks once again from that Wake Forest offense, Brian.
Deja vu from the game they played last year, except North Carolina won that at Kenan Stadium. This would be the first win for Wake Forest if they can hold on at Kenan Stadium since 2006. So that's a place they've had issues with, but it would also just kind of show you the elevation of the program that Dave Clawson is making with this team to win a game that they were unable to win this year 2 years ago here in November. And so, and then that sets up the big one with NC State and then with Clemson after that. So this is really where we're going to find out about Wake Forest, and this is where Wake Forest can certainly make its claim for the college football playoff if they have some impressive wins here over these next 3 weeks. But one at a time, they've got to hold serve at North Carolina.
They're going to have some opportunities to pile up those big wins. Brian, what are you doing on this Saturday? Playing dad?
Yeah, so Clip, as we followed my journey through life and know that I did a lot of the cool things of going to sports early in life and hitting all sorts of games. Today I went to a gender reveal party, and now I am babysitting the two terrorists.
Wow.
Screaming bloody murder in the bedroom, and the other is about to do some sort of graffiti on the walls here. So, yeah.
Life has a way of changing as we get older, and that has certainly changed. Instead of being at Elon versus somebody today, Brian North is going to gender reveal parties. Was it a boy or a girl, Brian?
Well, here's the good part. It involved firearms. It involved a gun. It's a blue powder that went flying through the air. So at least I have that part of my nailiness left, or at least it involved ammunition and firearms.
Well, not that Brian was you were from the the farm part of New York, correct? So yeah. But I do love that the New Yorker Brian North is now just a redneck like the rest of us. That's a great thing.
It was more. Well, it was a military member.
Oh, that changes everything. Now I feel bad.
Yeah. No. But it was a rural scene, and trust me, there was a well representation of the stereotypes.
Good stuff. North, appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining us. Have a great weekend, and we'll talk again soon.
All right, sounds good, Clippy.
Brian North back to babysitting as he actually enjoys his time with us on Saturdays when we take him away from the kids for 10 minutes.
His little terrorists.
Terrorists, as he calls them, yes. So we got another Wake Forest touchdown as they put another one on North Carolina. Looks like Mississippi still has a 13-point lead, 27-14 over Liberty. What do we got? Do we have an Army and Air Force tied?
They are.
Okay.
Air Force with a field goal, and that is the end of the fourth quarter, going to overtime.
All right, so Jeff Nadeau needs Army to pull that one out. Ohio State and Nebraska, it's a 10-point game. Looks like Ohio State is driving as they'll try to put them away, but that is 20-10, 3:12 left to go in the third quarter. Jeff Charles was talking earlier about P.J. Fleck getting a big contract extension with Minnesota. They trail Illinois,
and it's
14-0,
and it's been that score since the second quarter. And
yeah,
so
kind of gross.
It's been sitting there for a while.
Duke had an early lead on Pittsburgh that evaporated rather quickly. It is 44-22. Pitt in the lead over Duke. A couple of looks there at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by The Buck. We'll have some more scores for you, some other games coming up later on today, and have some fantasy picks and predictions when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We got more to go after this.
This is Dr. Phil Perdue with Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. My colleagues and I recognize how difficult this time is for everyone in our community. We continue to see patients during the week while taking precautions to keep everyone safe. Our extended care clinic is now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., so you can avoid the emergency department for your urgent orthopedic care. For more information, please contact us at 757-2663 or visit our website at orthoeast.com.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
When a storm hits, you can count on Greenville Utilities. They put their emergency storm plan into action to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. If you experience an outage, call them toll-free at 1-855-767-2482. The automated hotline can handle a large number of calls at once, virtually eliminating busy signals, so help can be on the way as fast as possible. Remember, GUC's emergency hotline number is 1-855-767-2482.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Chandler Honeycutt here with a final look at the scoreboard in the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll have more for you on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard in the fifth quarter call-in show, so stay tuned for that. What we have now is Army Air Force tied at 14 as they go into overtime. Army has the ball, and they have it at the Air Force 9 trying to score first in overtime. Missouri down big, 40-3 over Georgia, and that is in the fourth quarter there. They just started the fourth quarter. Ohio State kicks a field goal and goes up by 13. 23-10 is the score over Nebraska. North Carolina down 12 to Wake Forest. Wake Forest leads it 45-33 with just under 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Ole Miss only is still up 13 points to Liberty. Liberty has the ball trying to cut the deficit there in Oxford. And Illinois still the score there in Minnesota, 14-0. They lead it over the number 20 Minnesota Golden Gophers. Pittsburgh 44-22 over Duke in Durham. Let's see, Skip Holtz down 10. His Louisiana Tech Bulldogs down 10, 31-21 to UAB. Future foe in the American. Kansas State in Kansas, 35-10 is that score. Kansas State in the lead in the fourth. Just under 8 minutes to go there. SMU Memphis 28-10. SMU trails Memphis. ECU will be traveling to Memphis next week. That game is in the fourth quarter, just under 11 minutes to go. Georgia Tech and Miami in the third quarter. They just got kicked off there in the second half. 24-21. Miami leads it by 3 over Georgia Tech. And Appalachian State tacks on another touchdown, and they are up 14-0 over Arkansas State. And that has been a look at your Buccaneer scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in ENC. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate Show. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Da Buck.
Da Buck.
There's a lot of talking there, Chandler. Well done.
Woo.
You got it all out there.
This has been fun.
College football is crazy. Week to week, you don't know what's going to happen, especially. And Jeff Charles was talking about the top 25 versus non-top 25 matchups and how really there's not a lot of separation. And outside of Cincinnati, there's not a lot of separation in the American. And even Cincinnati's played some close games as of late. But Memphis, who lost to this Temple team today, this 3-5 Temple team that has beaten Akron, who's really bad, Wagner, who's not FBS, and Memphis. Memphis today is hammering SMU 28-10. SMU, a top 25 team this week. Last week they were undefeated top 25 team that lost to Houston in a great game. But it just goes to show you week to week, you never know, and that's why the Pirates have to be on alert today, because Temple, who beat this Memphis team, could play like they did that Saturday and give the Pirates trouble and pull the upset today.
Seth Hennigan, 31 for 46, 365 yards through the air with 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and still time to go in that one. So Memphis, ECU's next opponent. North Carolina had a 2-point conversion, but it was called back due to a hold, so they will now try an extra point. It is 45-33, and this extra point will make it an 11-point game if it does indeed go through. So once again, on Saturday, leading up to an ECU game, my favorite team to watch is Wake Forest, because they just play these crazy fireworks games nonstop. Games to keep an eye on in the 3 o'clock hour that we'll be taking a look at while ECU is getting ready to play, as I get my weekly text from Bryce Williams asking what channel the game's on. I'll let him know real quick.
Dang.
That is on ESPN Plus. Michigan State, Purdue. Big man on campus had the Boilers earlier in the week, and that line is now 2.5 in favor of the number 3 team in the country, Michigan State. That's 3:30 on ABC. Cincinnati will play Tulsa on ESPN2. Bearcats a big favorite in that one. Notre Dame will host Navy today, 3:30 on NBC. It'll be Oklahoma State, number 11, at West Virginia at 3:30. Baylor at TCU, 3:30, as is Auburn at Texas A&M. That's the CBS national game. So that's the 3:30 slate. We'll talk about the night action when we're back with you on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show following ECU and Temple. All right, we'll have some fantasy picks and some predictions now. And so, Chandler, you ended Shirley's reign of terror last week with your Rajay Harris pick, and you get to keep that today. And I kind of like that for today, because I think he's going to run the football. What are you doing?
The Michael Jordan shoulder shrug.
The guy, well, or the... Okay, I see it now. You got Rajay Harris. I will take Tyler Snead now that I can get him from Shirley. And Wes.
Who you got?
So you can take, C.J. Johnson, Keaton Mitchell.
Let's go with Johnson.
C.J. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right, had a good game last week.
Yep.
And
C.J. Johnson and Holton have been with each other for years. So
playing for ECU, right?
David did so with Conley.
What? What do you mean?
C.J. Johnson was with...
he went to Conley?
He did? Yes.
With Holton Ahlers?
Yes.
What? Have we ever talked about it? No. Yeah, okay. No, you're right,
That
Wes.
is a good
You're
one.
right, Wes. Just mess with it. You were here listening to a lot of those games where they would put up crazy numbers with Conley, right?
Correct.
So you've been waiting on this pick for a long time.
Absolutely.
All right, C.J. Johnson today. All right, Chandler, what's your score?
I'm going to go 42-20 ECU.
All right, I'm going to go 38-21 ECU. How about you, Wes?
All right, let's go with I'm going 45-12 ECU.
That's what I want to happen. That would be nice. We have just been in close games seemingly every week. We could not buy a close game for about a 5-year stretch. Nope. And now we're in a close game every single week. So it'd be nice if the Pirates could put it on them today and make it an easy one in the fourth quarter, get some young guys in, run the clock, and have a nice, easy walk in the park. It just doesn't seem to ever be that way for ECU, but we'll see.
Let's see some Pop McKay today.
Yeah.
Let's see some Pop McKay popping some pads.
Hey, for Parker Bunch,
For
right?
Parker Bunch.
I want to see some pads popping, baby. Let's do it. All right, so that about does it for us here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. I want to say thank you to everyone who listened, chimed in, watched us today. We appreciate it as always. Thank you to all our great guests, Jeff Nadeau, Brian North, the voice Jeff Charles, Stephen Igo, Brian Bailey, Billy Weaver, Troy D out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Thanks to the coaches, Donnie Kirkpatrick and Blake Harrell. Also the Pirate players we heard from today, Miles Berry, Tyler Sneed, Fernando Fry, and Wes, great job. You've been putting in a ton of hours here lately.
Yes, thank you. No
filling in for Shirley Rhodes as we'll get her back next week on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. But thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Chandler, great job filling in on the scoreboard today and on video production. The big dog Glenn Griffin here as well. And thank you to CD's Grill for the awesome breakfast, which we'll continue to eat throughout the day. We'll graze on it if Wes saved us any. Wes Hines, a pregame show record, 4 biscuits/sandwiches.
He said he didn't want to put them to waste.
That's exactly right.
Can't let them go to waste, and Wes will not let that happen on his watch. That's his guarantee.
Amen.
All right, we'll be back with you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Win, lose, or draw. So get ready for that and give us a call after the game at 317-1250. Remember, the game is on ESPN Plus. If you're not at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, you can watch it there and then watch us afterwards on the 5th quarter. We will see you then for the crew here at Pirate Radio. I'm Cliff Brock. So long, everybody. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show, right here on Pirate Radio.